Tan? You think tan was a good word to play?
Yes, I point.
That's
Three
good.
words. Back to back, three triplet. And that was about a triplet of that. After that, it's another gold medal championship.
You're up, baby. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Sorry. Number two. Dog. One of the biggest fuck ups in the history of humankind.
Uh,
I may regret that movie. Hey, well, that's good.
you're doing dominating right now. I hope you understand. You're doing strategic dominating right now. Just in front of you, possibly a million people. We watch this stream.
You're up. You're up. And all I
I
know,
want everyone to know.
I just know, all I want everybody to know is that you're up. That's really all I want you to know. That's all I want the people in the future to know. That's all anybody wants to know is that you're up. Do you understand that you're up, son? Do you understand that you're up, son?
Clear word from the German alphabet this time, or
Wait,
no? There we go.
wait.
Oh, no.
In your opinion, am are you serious? Like something like that? I will be straight up pissed. I love it.
Oh, fuck you. I'm gonna fucking know.
I mean, I don't know what women do. I could have played such a bigger football. But twice. You deserve to win this game without that bad fucked up. I just want you to know that. Oh, I'm so pissed.
Well, bullshit. I don't know. I guess that you can offer both if you want.
Yeah, is this your first time ever playing this game?
Yeah, I'm a drummer.
Do you consider me to be the best looking player you've ever played? Of course. I got a 20-point lead on you. Do you know what birth control is? I would tell you this. I would let you play me until you beat me. Because you ain't never gonna beat me. Because I ain't never gonna. Because I'm the greatest player of this game in the history of the game. So, you recognize how good I am? I don't really know if it's so much that I am exceptionally good or if I'm exceptionally great. Which one do you think it is?
I feel like they are in question.
All right, all right, I got you.
Wadi,
Right, and I could have had a way for that and I'm sad that I
you know, place the Z there or something like
you don't call it a debt. That's not even.
That's
And make that thing, something different.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
What don't you believe, Dave?
I don't believe there's a word. Maybe
Hey, you wouldn't want me to do my son? I'm the greatest. I'm the strongest. I'm the best. You would think that I would suffer from what's it? Narcissistic is a phrase. Narcissistic syndrome, but I don't. I'm too good for it. Don't you understand? Narcissistic tendencies and bullshit like that. But I'm too good for it. I'm too sexy for that. That was a really good one. The wise is such a fucking hard. I mean, that was good. That is bullshit. That's cool. Thanks for the free point,
what a
baby.
shit. What a shit. More than
Baby.
absolutely.
Baby. What are you going to do?
Dominate, you know.
I'm ready for it. I have a 19-point lead on you, and I'm slaying big. I'm not even trying, dog. I've gotten the worst words ever. Earn? What the fuck is earn?
I just talk on and ask if my word again. Quite a good time.
Baby. Baby.
Just exploit the life. You know,
Baby. Baby. Look at this move. Look at this move. Oh, wow. You're coming closer.
iron.
Yeah. Higher. IRE, baby. You want me to spell it for you? It's the letter I. It's the letter R. It's the letter E. And it ain't no letter Z because it ain't a letter, baby. I mean, look, I'm going to just tell it to you straight up. What do you want me to do? Oh, baby girl, 14 points. 14 points. That was good.
Express me like
Baby,
never
look.
let it pass right there. You just say your bullshit.
I mean, I'm up by more than 20. You know that would have been kind of fun.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Look at this move. 17 points, baby.
Seriously?
I mean, look, again, if you're watching this either now or in the future, what do you want me to do about it? I'm good looking. I'm hilarious. I'm smart as fuck. I got a huge dick. What do you want me to do about it? Riser, are you inside? Is it possible to not be inside?
Yeah. I mean, you're never really inside.
Or you're always inside?
No, always
Yes.
outside.
No. Or,
Good try. That was cute. That was cute and all violent stuff too, but no.
oh,
You're always outside.
no.
It was a very little cute.
Or you're always, maybe, or you're always inside.
Everyone how you failed, and
Not at
it's
all.
not how it goes.
Not at all. Dog. I might be able to help you, but I'm not going to. At what point are you going to get you don't have the right word, and then you're done? I want you to, I really do. After all this,
Unfortunately, I didn't have that to go. But I'm sure you
no, 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 but that would have been nice.
I'm sure I will do.
That would have been nice, son.
We're waiting for outside.
Everybody's always outside. Everybody's always inside.
No, everyone's always outside. I think that made it perfect.
Uh, no, we haven't.
So you're the one trying to propagate this inside.
Look at this. 4 points, baby. What are you going to do about it?
Let me place these up there.
Or you have a Z?
Zest is a word. What the fuck?
Zest is not a word. And zest has never been a word. Look at you, struggle.
Well, fez is a word.
That is. F-E-Z. But up is not.
No,
That V is fucking. It's fucking me. passed?
Thanks.
You passed?
I mean, I passed in the work. I didn't.
Because you were.
Yeah, it doesn't really incorporate the. I thought this rule it is, but only in certain.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking. Do I? I don't want to give you any points. So maybe I just don't.
Right?
No, just because I want to win.
Just play. It doesn't matter. I'll make the comeback like time.
Is that what you want?
Yeah. So thanks for helping me. I really appreciate it.
I'll do it on the next round, dog, or the next turn.
Okay, sure.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You just pass, and then I do it right now.
I never know.
Look at you. He's in. Where? Oh, that was really good. I might regret this, but I don't care.
I see you in a word.
KYC, know your customer. That's not a word.
QI.
QIC.
Yeah, no, I can't. There's no nothing. I don't.
You have the Q, dog. You have the Q.
Yeah, and there's nowhere
Oh, that's what you think. That's what you think, folks. This person thinks that there is nowhere to put the Q, and there are so many places to put the Q. I can't. I've run out of places to count where you can put the Q. Look at me dominating by 31 points. 31, 30 points. Look at me dominate. I want you to just nail me here. Oh, that was really good. You had the Z and the Q?
yeah, nowhere I can place it like word.
How do you?
Because my Q isn't a word. But makes
I can't make that one make sense, baby. All I know is that
you lost by
no. Frizz is a really good one, dude. I'm serious. Very good.
my place is Q anywhere. You're oh that would be like 41 word if this
If you didn't put Frizz down there, you could have put the Q and the I in another place.
there's that. I don't have an I.
You did.
I
You had the I for Frizz.
never
I have a U.
oh
Uh, look at this desperate.
one
Look at this desperation we're seeing here. Look at this desperation, folks. Folks, if you're watching at home, this is the most. Are you?
What current is the
We're,
word?
we're current without a you. Oh baby, oh baby. All right, let's do another. And this time, maybe you might come a little bit closer to winning. We're
What's that?
we're playing until you beat me. And that ain't
Street
never.
of
You,
I want you. I'll try again. I want
okay,
you to explain to me
I'm explaining
why.
anything.
No, I want you to explain to me. Is it like AI is less shitty? Just explain to me why being inside is no shit.
Because you're inside the universe.
No, your argument is not pro inside. Pro inside is not isn't right.
It's subjective, baby.
Give it. Put all of your like points into this explanation.
Okay, here we go. So, what is the argument that I have to make?
Yeah. You know what isn't inside. It's not bad. You're always outside.
That's what you need me to make. That you're always outside.
Yeah.
Okay. Um.
Improv, go. 1 minute, you'll tell me.
Oh, is it supposed to be a joke?
Yeah, I think you'll do better if it's like
No. Let me talk about it from a philosophical way. So you're saying that you're always inside. I have to make the
that.
argument.
Always outside.
You're saying that you're always outside. So I'm saying that you're inside. You're inside the universe.
The universe is not. Well,
There you go. I rest my fucking case, people. I fucking rest my case. Wait, hold on. No, you're inside the universe. You're not outside the universe.
How do you know that?
How does anybody know anything?
Can you prove that?
Nothing can be proven.
Exactly. So, nothing can be proven. Josh.
So I just
Prove that you suck at Mickey Dolls and
no, no. Do you understand back-to-back perfect games? Do you understand 3 literati championships in a row? We've only ever played one literati championship, and I'm the champion.
Unplayable conditions that I would be.
Yeah, and I fixed your phone. What else do you want me to do for you, dude? I'm not gonna suck your dick.
You know, like the equivalent of like saying that you need a PGA golfer that was golfing in like a category 9 or just like boasting it.
Haven't you ever seen Caddyshack, baby?
Yes, they play in there.
Yeah, they do. They do. I'm glad you remember that.
I still haven't heard a pro outside argument about I've asked like 500.
No, I gave you one, and you said yeah. So I thought I
No,
answered
you
it.
said you did not give any dissertation a like, you're arguing for inside, and I want you to argue for outside.
Okay, so I'm arguing that you're always outside.
Yes.
All right, you're always outside of. Another universe. Baby, I rest my case. You recognize how sexy an answer that is?
That's the most dog shit argument I've ever had.
I mean, look, you're always outside another universe.
So what the hell do you mean by that?
I mean, if there's another universe out there, you are always outside of it.
Yeah, I don't think you understand the topic.
I don't think you understand physics, son.
I don't think you understand.
How is my
The concept of indoors, like being indoors, not being inside the universe. Obviously, we're inside. We're talking about being indoors.
we're talking about being indoors. Okay,
Yes.
so I'm talking about but you're outside of another universe. You're outdoors of another universe.
Yeah, you're still. Okay. It's okay.
No, 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 no. I like this. What I'm saying actually makes sense. I don't know why it doesn't make sense to you.
I know. I get what you're saying. That's not. That doesn't relate to the argument for proving why you are always like why indoors is an illusion. I get what you're saying. So I mean, yes,
Are we, are we, hold on a
outside.
second. Are we talking about a paradox? Because I've both proven that you're always indoors and you're always outdoors at the same
Oh, you're talking about a universe, talking about on planet Earth. Well,
time. Oh, okay, wait, that's different. So you're saying I have to keep things on planet Earth?
yeah, like we're not outside planet Earth physically. We are always outside in planet Earth. Is what you're
Incorrect. We are outside the Earth's mantle.
saying. Okay, fair point.
Yeah,
But
baby.
typically we measure things. I guess if
No,
you
no,
want to
no,
go
no. You can't say typically.
that is fair.
That is absolutely fair.
I completely agree with that. Absolutely. Like playing keys, uh, reference.
I agree. I would say part of what gives me my sex appeal is just coming up with amazing arguments like that.
Last time I tried keys and cows, perfectly acceptable.
Big
Get
dog.
started. Are you gonna go?
Oh, I didn't know we started. I was adjusting my.
Just joined.
All right.
Not ready. That's fine.
I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm letting you go first.
No, it's fine. You can go ahead and give up.
Baby, baby. What do you not recognize about two-time undefeated, untied, perfect game player? I'm a prime time player. Look at this guy. Everybody's just watching. Like, are you serious? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? This motherfucker jerking. Bream. Sorry. Bream, baby. How you like that, baby? How you like that, son? Son, how don't you know what bream means? How don't you know? How, Doc, how don't you know what bream means? Do you want me? Do you,
Tell me right now. Don't whatever. Google it.
You need me to look it up? I mean, I could. I'll look it up for you, baby.
Oh, so you don't know it.
No, I do. I do. It is the addition of the word "the" to the word "cream."
So,
Look, I'm going to tell you what it means. Okay, it's any of various freshwater cyprinid fishes, especially the Grammus brahma of Eurasia, having a compressed silvery body. It's a soft fish, especially a bream, and everybody knows it.
okay, so there was blanks and stuff.
I mean, do you not want me to do?
No, it's fine. Do it on. No, he's gone. What the fuck? You passed?
You let me focus on bream, a silvery fish, dog. It's a good play.
The,
You know that even though you went first, you're still losing.
I swear I don't think that the game is correct. I think they're disrupting me and basically machine building. I can prove it.
All right. Machine doping? Why do they call it machine doping? Why wouldn't they just call it like engineering enhancement or something? I mean, I would call it what it is. It's an electric motor. Machine doping. That's a stupid ass phrase for something that it isn't.
One building and one is the next parallel to that. But yeah, doping, doping up, doping is treated as a chemical. I know I can fight like like blood transfusion, high altitude blood transfusion.
Dude, how did you get such a big titty?
Uh, uh,
But you're not. That's the thing.
I don't know. I don't believe it.
You play Key? You play Key?
Sorry. Sorry. Is that a problem? I love that. Oh, you put it on like a keyword or something. That's
Maybe you will.
um,
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Mr. Everybody's on my fucking time, and I'm on no one else's fucking time. Mr. I'm the number one prospect of comedy in all of South Australia.
that's not true.
I think you're better than.
That is not true.
No, you're the best.
I mean, there's 45 kids who keep dating and somebody 33 kids.
I don't even know if that's true, but I want it to be.
To be honest, I looked at the competition.
Yeah, baby.
It's really unattractive on who the judges at that night. Whoever is the judges, like, I don't know if the judges go.
Dude, why don't you just suck their dick and you win?
That's probably most of it.
No shame in that game. Stop. You gotta do what you gotta do, baby.
I just feel like my comedy style is working the other day.
Okay. Why do you feel that way?
If I was dropping these things 10 years ago, probably I should one of these things in my head 13 years ago. If I fucking do, I fucking do. I thought it was fucking bigger than that.
Dude, people would think you were crazy, especially with that RFP thing.
Yeah, too early. They'll be like, holy shit, this is country.
Right.
Because it's just like RFK is going to fucking go off the wheel. They're going to raise the diagnosis of lupus by like 200% of the next 12 years, 13 years.
Can you imagine people be like, Donald Trump is still president?
Trump is
Okay, whatever. I think you're right. You're right. Then they'd be like, Donald Trump is going to be president? You'd be like, actually, this is going to be a second round.
not just that, but he also is accused of rape a lot. He also had characters like child. He also, very heinous crimes. He still becomes president. Oh, he also destroying. Do you think Trump is Do you think Trump will ever get to go through?
No. Too old. Yeah, it's too old. It's too old, too powerful. Riser. Riser. Riser, you're playing like a G, baby. Where the fuck did you just play that? Your?
You think you'll go to hell?
I don't believe in hell.
Okay.
I don't believe in hell.
Hell's a lot of
If anything, the closest thing that we have is something called Gehenna, and uh, you're not there forever. At most, you'd be there for 12 months. Zoot. So, are you ready for your performance on Friday? Give me odds that you think there's a 25% chance you win.
depends on the judges. I know how well comedy has been judged in the last 7 to 8 years, especially in South Australia. Already that.
Yes, sir. I'm listening intently.
And someone who fits the profile against that, what the judges are looking for is probably Chelsea. Can you just bring up your it's funnier if you it's funny. It's not about the material. It's about the second market.
But dude, you're a bisexual.
I'm a classic.
Like I said, man, if you need to be for one night and it gets you on the front of your comedy dreams, maybe you have to be.
All you have to do is fucking do it once. Not saying I'm a hobby because I'm stage is a
Dude, is that something that you want to do?
all Eminem needs to do is all Eminem needed to do was film a video of something and they can post it on Twitter. And, like the homophobic community would have supported him. So that's right.
Would you have supported him?
Yeah, why not? Like, they try to destroy his career in like the early 2000s. And the 2010s, like right by the late 2000s, 2010s. That was by LGBTQ community that just solely the whole purpose was just taking the cancel them. You remember that? But that was the whole distance.
A little bit.
And then people started hearing accused of sexual conduct as sexual assault. And they left that conflict alone and started going after that. But back then, in the late 2000s, it was bullshit. Like, people got cancelled over homophobic comments when they did over sexual assault.
Dude, are you ready to lose? Okay, well, we're almost done. I've beaten Riser 3 literati games in a row and had 2 perfect games in bowling against, or in mini golf against him. What the fuck is that, Riser? Riser, what the fuck is that?
Uh, who do you think's going to win tomorrow night?
You.
Really, man?
No, I don't think you have a fucking shot in the world. But I didn't think you had a fucking shot at getting this far. So I want to tell you that I don't think that you have a fucking chance, and then you'll surprise me and I'll shit myself and have to book a flight to fucking Australia to see you in the championship. Yeah, dog. Raw. Do I know what? You are, baby. You have a good chance.
We tried. I got scared.
Zoot, you suck dick at improv. Zoot, you're one of the worst improvisers of all time. What the fuck is that? XU is a word? Oh, dude, that's a good one. I am gonna love that one. Oh, I hope you win with that because you deserve it.
Such an amazing weird move. Are you gonna bother with the question for the night? Are you scared of like playing in front? Are you want to get in front? Does it?
Zoot, we'll play in a second.
Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
No, this is weird. This is fucking cool.
Dude, don't talk like that.
I don't know what. I mean, no. Um,
Dog, you won.
replaces me up.
No.
How does that time again? What the fuck? Are you serious?
Oh, what a good move. You got me with that.
Oh, wow.
All right, right. Zoot, are you ready? I was just excited to play with Zoot. Zoot, are you ready? Yeah, I was. Zoot, are you ready? Zoot, Zoot, you're up, baby. Riser, you're up.
Just dip halfway through.
Oh, he's definitely leaving halfway. Riser, you're up. Zoot, can we tell you, Zoot, the thing that we like least about you is that you just leave randomly. We can't fucking stand it. We want you to say, I gotta go, when we know that you don't have absolutely anything to do. That doesn't make any sense.
That's not true.
I hear what you're saying, and I still don't think it makes sense. No, it doesn't make any sense.
There's 107 people that have lived on Earth. Majority of them are dead. 90% of them are dead.
You're saying 117 billion?
Yeah, people have existed on planet Earth.
Okay, well, you said 117. Like twice.
No, I said 100.
Riser, be my witness here.
You said 100. Oh, last one you said was 117 people on Earth. There's something you're a fucking asshole.
Look at this shot.
Dude,
Hit it in, Zoot. Hit that in.
holy fuck. Why would you do that? Wow. Nice shot. Oh. Wow. How does it feel that much?
Riser, why are you such dog shit? Dog, you didn't even know how to do the 10.
Yeah, I think there's a hidden hole up there.
Why don't you discover it for us? That's a miss.
I don't think there's a hole in the trees at the top. I think there's a hole in one of the trees down the There's a hidden hole.
Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot?
It's 2 out of 10.
Thank you, Zoot. See, Zoot gives me rankings right away when I ask him these questions. Riser, on the other hand, jerks himself off until his dick is calloused.
Rabbi, I just figure I'm saying I think you should have guns. You agree?
Has guts?
You should have guns and guns.
Did he? You think the dog should have guns? That doesn't make any sense.
They should have an equivalent. They should have guns.
But didn't you originally say yeah, we are. No way. Not even close. Not even close. Look how good this shot is. Gentlemen, look how good this shot is. Gentlemen. I didn't steal anything. You're gonna help my ball. No, I. That's exactly what I didn't want to do because I wanted my ball to have a chance at going to the hole, and Zoot might help me with that. Watch Zoot help me with that. Come on, Zoot. No way. Oh, Zoot fucks Riser. Almost.
This is bad. You gotta eat.
Zoot, you used to come in and tell us how you used to be a millionaire, so just do that again.
Because I'm retarded. Everyone.
How fast did you lose $1 million?
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Probably reframe my period.
That's not that bad. Uh, yeah, a lot of crypto, bro. Right, so what did you think of that shot?
That's yeah,
Sexy.
no, still on raw.
Nog. I'm surprised Zoot doesn't miss more of these shots. Dude, are you gonna go? With this bullshit. Zoot, Zoot, go. Did he disconnect? His thing disconnected. The same people who run Australian comedy run the telecommunication system in Australia. Look,
Oh wow.
baby, 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 baby. Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? Thank you. One of the sexiest shots that anybody's ever had in the history.
Even when Zoo is like, yeah, I'm gonna not, but find a way.
Oh, for sure. Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot?
Got in the water. I don't think you do that. Is that
What happened to you, big dog?
I'm disconnected? Sorry.
Okay, well, we can forgive you. What's going on? What happened?
Like, come out with your brother's girlfriend.
Is she scale it from 0 to 10?
Oh my god,
Yeah, I know. So it should be super easy. Your brother either landed a babe or an ugly chick. Let me just ask you this, Zoot. Is she masturbatable? All right, Zoot, are you ready? That means no. Your brother got a dog, son. Tell him to go back to the fucking ocean. There are other fish in the sea. That's what I want to hear. Zoot. So then you actually think this bitch is hot as fuck.
I have no idea if that is not right. Trump is yeah, is your it was
It wasn't 2 million.
you didn't tell her 2 million right now.
He calls
I'm
it.
trying to
He has a great word for it. It's what's it called?
I'll look at that didn't happen.
What do you call it? Unrealized profits or something?
I was gonna tell her when I got okay out the way. So it really knows anything. Oh, I did. You did. You know some of it. Yeah, then I made a video. I was in a fuck place, bro. A lot of money. I was dating a girl with a heroin addiction. Uh, it was not like it was not like it was dating a girl and everything that she was a heroin and you're a rich woman. Like if you know that you're in the way,
Would we have known she was a sex worker?
Virginia. Yeah. Um, fun. I think she was a black. I think she was a black.
Scale scale of 0 to 10. Heroin addict girl. I just need a number. I don't need a thing.
Probably it's 8.5.
Okay, an 8.5 for you.
There's I met her. I met her when I was in high school. She wasn't into heroin, and I met her during that time, and she didn't get
Okay.
This girl is probably like I met her when I was 28. She probably would have been everything I wanted when I was 24. Apart from the hair, apart from the hair. Like she probably if I met her before she became aromatic, it would have been really, really.
All right. Do you think you would have been better together than you and Chelsea? Dude,
Chelsea's not my ex.
how old is
I
Chelsea?
prefer that
How old is
statement.
how old is Chelsea? How old?
Very young.
I mean, what is she? 5? Okay, you can still date her.
Do your as you can. Whatever. Rabbi, or you how young she is.
She's
Not
22.
11.
Okay, look how sick this shot is.
If I date someone, I need them to live with me or not 11.
Okay, that's a terrible shot. Riser, what are you gonna do?
Percentage.
69.
She was born before Shrek.
I don't get why that's funny. Why Shrek 2 and not Shrek 1?
Because I don't know.
Okay, why does that matter whether you could date her or not? Are you serious, dude? Dude opened up a secret portal.
I don't know. I just want to weird. I just find it weird people that would want after Shrek.
I love how that's your high watermark.
Shrek, right?
Yeah, that's hilarious. Riser, I have a question. Do you recognize that you only have 1 point? Oh, that was almost amazing.
That
That was
was
almost
my
amazing.
that was my rule. My rule when I was 18, 19. Don't go, don't date girls that were born after Shrek, and you'll be fine. See, where's that fucking
It's Friday night, baby.
Did you hear that? Yeah, fine.
Friday night.
Did you hear that? That you could actually win it. Funny. And, me and Rabbi.
We already tried. I gave him the dirtiest joke of all time. And instead of saying it on stage, he just whispered it to a bunch of people back. He said they did.
grandma one.
I don't know. It's the dirtiest joke of all time. It's hilarious. All right. So do I even have to play this whole? Is Zoot still in this call? Zoot, what did you think of that shot?
I do think that's part of it. 5 years, once you what's going on? I get that weird feeling. I don't know. Thought it was like, she's not that funny, I guarantee you. I'll be that funny. Or maybe she's funny. It's something she's funny.
It's that she's bisexual.
Yeah, that's something. If she has something that's not
A mouth.
sexuality. Yeah, everyone has a sexuality. Yeah, that's it. Price will make them look good. No, it doesn't. I mean, she is open to that.
It,
Yeah,
it could just.
she's open to that. Hey, man, I you know how being gay is just based on how old you are? I think it's the truthful thing. I think the same thing really applies to gay men. Gay men.
I agree. Dude, no, I 100% agree. That's absolutely true. It's just how bored are you? If you want to spend all your time striking out with chicks, then then like you'll be bisexual or whatever. Um, I can tell you this as well. I can tell you this as well. Hold on. The If you like girls, it doesn't really matter anything aside from you like that there's a little bit of fat in their skin when you touch them. If you like guys, it means you like a little bit of muscle in their skin. It's just like you like a harder body, or you like a softer body.
Also, it's a lot easier to get guys. It's a lot easier to get guys than it is to get girls.
For sure.
More places you can go to a cave, you're just gonna get your dick up right there.
There you go. Riser, do you remember that time that we sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off? Literally on camera. You just jerked yourself off the whole
If you
time.
want, if you want, if you want to get women as a guy, there's a chance. You have to spend money.
Word, dog.
You actually have to spend money.
Word, dog.
Like, that's not true.
Oh, generally.
Oh, maybe if you're in fucking high school.
Or you're super good looking.
Yeah, there's a cut. I don't think it looks
Yeah, they do
it's
that.
not hurdle.
Yeah, they do that. Exactly. Look at this shot.
When's the last time a girl invited you back to her house? I don't know.
Look at this shot by Riser or by Zoot. Dude, that was amazing. Oh, dude, that's a terrible shot.
Wow, feel my fucking. Good job.
You're welcome, baby. In all situations, though. Uh, no, that's incorrect. You could be 150 years old. You literally could be 80 years old, and being a good-looking 80-year-old guy will allow you to get some 80-year-old ass. I don't know. A few?
Were they in a
No, they were television presenters. I knew a lady who was the first television presenter in um, San Diego, and she was, I would say, a very attractive, like 80-year-old woman. Like when I saw her in synagogue, I thought she was 35. Yeah, it wasn't like that. She was like naturally really pretty. When you come up a little closer, you could tell she was older, but from far away, she looked really, really pretty. And I mean, up close, I mean, she, 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 yeah. I mean, up close, this lady looked. Sofia Vergara. Okay. I can't believe I'm leaving this room. I like how Zook calls her High Mac. It's Selma Hayek. Hayek. All right. Well, she speaks very highly of you, Zook. Dude, there are a ton of older chicks who hot. Like any woman in Hollywood. Yeah, dog. She's hot as fuck. Who the fuck cares, dude?
Once and it was really weird. Well, what's the story?
Oh, I know the story.
I didn't. No, I didn't. Titties off there. She was weird.
Wasn't she in really good shape?
Fucking,
Dick is good.
it's like wild.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen, folks. Oh,
You're taking L's on these.
baby, 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 baby. Who won the last game? Who won the last game? Is Zook gonna go? Oh, I hear that the same people who are judges in Raw Comedy South Australia also run their telecom. That's a hilarious joke. Zoo, can you hear us? Oh, is it?
After
It actually was a good shot. I'm going to show you the best shot ever, though. That was amazing.
mathematically eliminate Rabbi or not.
Did they say that they think that you're funnier than Chelsea?
Even a 1 minute phone call with everyone,
They were like, "Hey, dude,
for 1 minute. Hang on, I was like, I was like, yeah, we're good. I was like,
dude, I'm going to collude with you to help you win."
right. Here's the thing, right? No one really wants to fuck with me. Everyone there's just doing it. I spoke to them and most of the people,
You spoke to them for 1 minute. How could you like poll them all on their opinion?
because we spoke to them, it's like, shit, we just want to fuck.
Dude, your shot is so shitty. I have to help you.
That's a perfect game. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Rabbi, I'm trying to win tomorrow. I'm just trying to fucking. I didn't do this. Oh shit. I didn't think I would get this far. I'm so fucking surprised.
Thank you.
You're good at comedy.
Oh my word. That should have gone in.
I never said. I never said I was good. I just you said several times the goal is to be and make a career out of it. And you're not just doing this for fun. You're doing it professional. I'm doing it for fun. You know what else am I
That's a good point. Hey, so did you ever get tested? Yeah.
and
Dog, they called you specifically to tell you you need to get tested for chlamydia or gonorrhea or whatever the fuck it was.
I haven't had sex.
Zoo, what did you say?
haven't had sex since.
It could be dormant.
I don't know. Maybe next time I have sex with someone, I'll be tested.
Why wouldn't you just get tested now?
Yeah, that's probably a good.
Riser, how many invitations do you want me to send you?
I told you after this game, worst things to do. Yeah, Riser, have you ever had an SDI? No, but you ever had an SDI?
Fuck no.
If you had to have an SDI, which one would you get?
Yeah, I don't. What ones are curable?
Chlamydia just goes away. COVID just goes away.
I don't know if chlamydia just goes away like COVID. Oh, I would. I know what I'd want. I want crabs because they give you a little like comb, and you can get rid of them, and then they're gone. They're actually. So did you know in the Western world they're actually an endangered species because like a lot of the species that apparently.
So there's a movement to protect the crowd. Yeah, I mean, it's important for the microscopic crowd.
Dude, we're gonna give you a topic, and we want you to improv it for 60 seconds. Do you understand? To improvise it. Are you ready to? Genital warts. Go.
Genital warts is not big warts. Dude, I don't think you know what improv means. Do you? Doing a stand-up for 1 minute. You get on the fly. You know, it's
It's the word or phrase is genital warts.
oh yeah. I was with a girl. She only wanted to do a men that was sexually active. And I was like, I'm proud of that, so I tried to my general. And she didn't want to be with me.
All right.
That is terrible.
You
When
got
does the comedy start?
5 seconds. So go, big dog. Let's go.
Give me another one.
No, let's not go with words. After word,
Come up with your
South Australia. South Australia. South Australia.
RFK. RFK. Probably has Jeff. He probably doesn't state anyone that was born before or after the came out. Are you gonna watch the Melania movie? Yeah. Sure. Okay.
You know what's rated PG? That movie looks like the absolute worst movie I've ever seen.
funny. We talked about boring.
She's the hottest first lady of all time, though.
Uh, from Michelle. Is Hillary Clinton, did she come from money? Yeah, of course. Why did Bill marry her? Bill Clinton had money and he still married her.
Did you ask if Bill Clinton had enough money and still married her? She was a. When they met at Yale. So, um, they were both like hippies, and then they went to. Um, they got their law degrees. Went to work at the Rose Law Firm in Little Rock, Arkansas. And then Bill Clinton went on ran for Congress, and he only ever lost one election ever. That's his first run for Congress. And he eventually became governor, and then eventually became president, and eventually um, where you know him.
Ready for your next word. Who's the second?
I think Laura Bush is beautiful. Laura Bush,
What about that?
yeah, she's beautiful as well. I used to think she was beautiful. I think that she's victim, but I think Laura Bush is gorgeous. I really think her daughter Barbara Bush is like incredibly hot.
Did they call them something?
I don't really find them those countries, so
You actually first lady of people went to Canada.
what are you saying?
And Perry could have been like first lady of first lady of Canada.
Some sort of like Margot Robbie or anybody. It's like you're talking after Trudeau's been out of office. That is the woman that he's dating. Just so happens. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could have happened.
I don't think Perry has the best thing.
I know you say this all the time. You're anti-retrograde.
Am I embarrassed?
You talk about 7 different subjects. Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein, yeah. The Holocaust, the fact that David McCann from the Adelaide, Russell, Russell Brand, and Dave Chappelle. And and Kanye West. That's it. That's everything you talk about.
To be fair, there's no evidence Joseph Brand sexually assaulting someone over there. Evidence and Perry sexually assaulting.
Yeah, that little boy.
Yeah, I was just
Right.
maybe that's why they let it go.
All right. Uh, so we're gonna give you another phrase, dude. We want you to be on your toes, okay? You have to give us a minute of jokes. You just can't be like, wart is bad or whatever the fuck you said. You have to be like, you have to keep giving this stuff. All right. So you ready for your phrase, dude? You want easy or hard? Okay. Trees.
Um, it would be pretty funny if great though.
Dude, you don't understand how improv works. Dude, you have
Great. Imagine this like
dude. I cannot believe that there's a chance that you are the funniest person in the state, anywhere in the world. Like, like literally, who did you meet? Who? I wanna meet those people, and I wanna ask them: were they breathing? Did they have a pulse during this? I mean, maybe one of them was like, "Hey, I was unconscious. You can't bring me," or another one was like, "I've never even heard of what this event was." I might be able to give them the benefit of that, but anybody up there, it's like I'm just asking, have you ever told a joke before? And if any of them say yes, then I recognize that somehow, some way, this is a flawed system. Because, dude, you are in the finals. Like you even talked about, you're gonna start taking money to open for people. Do you recognize that? Like, do you hear yourself?
I mean, when someone comes up to you and I say, trees, I'm agreeing with you.
The best thing is what Reitzer says. I don't come to you where you work. It's not on the day. Um, I I I have something. I have something funny about trees. I have something funny about trees.
Dick with a drink.
I have something funny about trees. So on Reddit, the subreddit r/trees is actually for people who like to smoke weed, and so it's the subreddit's on a first come first served basis. So the people who are into trees took the subreddit r/marijuana enthusiasts. So when you go to r/marijuana enthusiasts, it's all about like arboretums and trees and species and things. And if you go to Reddit trees, it's about weed. How funny is that? Well, I think
If
it's
you
funny.
have someone who wants to find
Oh, wait, I'm in agreement with you. Wouldn't you think Reddit would just switch them, but then allow that inside joke to go? Okay, so we're going to give you another word and or phrase. And you have to be funny for a minute. Are you ready, Zoo? Zoo, are you ready? Wait, wait, Zoo, I will help you. I'll give you a word that you love or a phrase. Are you there?
He hasn't raised quit the call yet, but he's not talking.
He's done. There's no way. This happens.
Perhaps,
This,
perhaps it's an Australian internet.
this happens to him all the time. He will. It'll be like 2 minutes of him with this. And he'll be gone.
Alex,
There he is. He's back. He's back. Dude, can you hear us?
I'm very sorry. Sorry, I have to go.
Okay, here's your phrase. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Autistic Amish orgy. Go.
This is the Amish people.
That's like your thing.
I went to an interview and everyone was probably like no, well, everyone was just weird. No, Amish people. Really weird.
Do you not know how EPUB works?
Yeah, it's like
Dude did have a joke one time that made somebody laugh. I told Zeus joke to somebody, and they thought it was really funny. It, um, it was, it was like a three-part joke at the end. The first part was about an Amish orgy. The second part was about some other kind of orgy or something. Bonnie Blue? Oh yeah, it was about Bonnie Blue. And then the third part was about the punchline was everybody was watching memorized all the Pokemon. What's that joke that you have? But you did.
I memorized all the Pokemon, got autism, and they gave me the autism diagnosis, and then they said, I made them up halfway through, and told me I have ADHD, go for the ADHD.
No. That was my joke. I said it was something like I went into the ADHD clinic to get tested, and they gave me the test. And I quit halfway through, and they said, "Congratulations, you have ADHD." I'm not saying it's the funniest joke ever, but I'm saying that. All right, Zoo. So give us your 5 minutes that you're going to do tomorrow night. We're ready for it.
No. 5 minutes is
Terrible. Absolutely
that's why we're doing it.
the worst. All right.
Zoom. First piece. 1 minute. No stop talking. After. And actually, you start having. Does it? Okay, you ready? Okay. Scarecrows. Anyone some Batman? How cool would they? If the Scarecrow from Batman was in the Wizard of Oz, right?
That's okay. I'll take over. There's something called the scarecrow, but have you ever seen this being ever really scare a crow? It's either crows don't go near it, or they end up landing on it, but I've never seen a crow actually get scared from it. I wonder why they call it a scarecrow. It should be called a crow be gone as opposed to a scarecrow. But I don't know. I don't name it. Crow be gone? Duh. Fucking really.
Greatest name for products.
Duh. It's it was salmon cannon. Crow be gone.
I think you're referring to the name of your name.
The mermaid. Riser, would you please accept the invitation I sent you like an hour ago for basketball?
I still haven't gotten it. So it's gonna just comedy.
You'll be here all night.
It's failed 4 times in a row. Are you still there? Want to use it area, but I'll give you the easiest one in the world, okay? Are you gonna not look it up this time? Okay. If not, go. I did. If you tab the window and sign up, sign down and sign down. Okay. I went into marketing base and no, why is the hamburger
He's not.
hamburger?
He's not fat. Or at least medium.
Hamburger.
Not really. He's kind of chubby.
Let me see. Now, the hamburger,
No, he's not.
the guy,
No, that kid's skinny. The Hamburglar's like medium, not skinny, not necessarily fat, but in the middle. Ronald McDonald is skinny, but the Hamburglar isn't super skinny. He's medium.
you think you can do the hamburger in a pot?
No, but why would you go with something like? Why did they call him the Hamburglar? I've never seen him steal any ham.
You had a good start by just saying why they make profit from that.
What?
And then shortly after that, you just started questioning the hamburger and didn't wasn't on me anymore. They should make wrong.
Why?
Uh,
Yeah, baby.
what the hell? There's a McDonald's Birdie. Never heard. Subway goes really, really bad things. Got really, really bad things.
Okay, there's a joke.
Really bad things. Like, it really looks like a butt plug. I mean, would you trust around children, or would you trust sitting around a McDonald's around children after what you saw? After what you saw with this Subway mascot? Oh, I think like the way that Ronald McDonald makes it nice. I didn't realize that that's Ronald McDonald. Yeah,
What'd you say, Big Dog?
people are fired as clowns. Ronald McDonald over there, McDonald's like 60s. He's not a real person. They didn't and they like restraining order. No, yeah, marketing. Ronald McDonald is not a real person. All right, dude. I'll get my like. I hope we can play basketball.
There you go. All right. You have an invitation, Riser. That's not fair to Zoot. Zoot, that's not fair to Zoot. Zoot, go. The basketball game.
Okay, let me ask you something.
No, we'll just
You ready?
don't play the first round. Yeah, we're ready.
If you had mascot from any franchise,
I don't know all of them. Zoot, go to the basketball game.
a mascot. Mascot's like a fucking like.
Wendy from Wendy's.
Let me. A mascot is like a fucking like cheery person. Get the fuck.
Wendy from Wendy's, dog. I answered the question.
She's not. She's not.
Dude, they used to have an adult Wendy, and she's super hot. Dude, that's who I mean. The Wendy from Wendy's. She's super hot. You said mascot, not logo. Jessica Rabbit. Next question. I mean, isn't that kind of the same thing? One's Japanese. I don't know. There's a lot of anime.
Yeah, actually, I want anime.
Dude, that does.
Random.
Dude, no words out of your mouth have ever surprised me less than that.
I was like 16. I was like 16. And now I would be sick. The whole like the two teenage girls who are trying to sell my best and just like be sure to never.
Zoo, Zoo. What, what fast food mascot would you fuck?
Funny if I said Kansas.
I don't think that would be funny. I would think that that would, show homosexual tendencies, which is fine, but I don't think that's what you want to be.
I'm joking. What else is on your list of things that you should never Google? There's a Jim Jeffries jokes. There's a TV show called Come On Kids. Don't Google that one.
What?
Yeah, that was a real show. Yeah, it's CMON. Come On Kids. Come On Kids. Like Come On Kids. Come On Kids. Don't Google that.
Okay.
Sorry, what are the things you should not do? That's Rabbi.
Who is the funniest person in South Australia? Yeah, until Friday, when you knocked him off of his throne. Hit my ball. That's what I'm talking about. Zoot helped me so much. Riser, did you know that Zoot helped me? And,
There's
and then I had one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Look at this! Look at this shot. Zoot, let's hear your 5 minutes of stand up. I don't know if you know what funny is. Let's hear it. Unless you mean funny is super perverted and you never want to mention it publicly, I still have doubts that you know what funny is. But let's hear it. Once again, this is a Kanye West joke. That is like you talk about literally you talk about 10 things and tell me if I'm wrong. You talk about children and then you run away from that topic. You talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You talk about Kanye West, Puff Daddy, autism, ADHD. Hold on, hold on. No, nobody talks about those things. Uh, Matt. Not recently, no.
Did anybody else in the check on study?
There are tons of them.
If I get
I'm sure there are a lot of those too. But wait, hold on, Zoo. That's it. That's what you talk about. Like, I wish I could name other things, but you don't even talk about cryptocurrency like you once did.
I haven't tried.
What's your cryptocurrency joke?
I can try money.
Okay, how did that go? That kind of sounds funny. Oh yeah,
I
but
mean,
hold on, hold on. Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips.
I thought money, I said, still kind of, money plays still kind of family is fun. I think she's going to go from home. It's kind of like a Bitcoin. You're not cynical, like, you're not lying. I mean, yeah, you're not gonna like, you're not gonna move money. You're not going to play right.
Hold on. There's children, Jeffrey Epstein. Hold on, hold on. Puff Daddy.
I think you don't still want money to play right. There's a good chance you'll make money. In 6 months, it might be like too late. Like, Bitcoin.
I'm going to go through them again. These are the 10 topics that I think I've only ever heard you discuss. There's children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips. Dude, you talk about kids all the time. You talk about, okay, so children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Jeffrey Epstein, um, Kanye West, autism, ADHD, the Pornhub list, the Pornhub list. Dude, what number is Bonnie Blue right now?
That's the one that's the
Even I know the difference between these bitches. No, they're best friends.
organize it properly because she doesn't have this kind of like plan and body so mad because she knew that that's a challenge. And then really, we don't feel obsessed like that. No one ever thought of like playing music and so that they don't think the same.
No, they don't.
They wrote to and like Australia and
British. And Zoot met her, and she said that she wanted to drink Zoot's pee out of a condom, allegedly. But it could have not been her. Zoot met so many hot chicks that day that he forgot it. I'm telling you this right now, but chick said, I want to drink your pee out of a condom. I would remember that woman in a light up 6 years from that day, like it was the back of my hand. But that's okay. Make it, Zoot. Just make it. Just make it. Oh, what a shot.
I remember the first time that and then the money.
Why do you think this will suck? Dude,
Very disadvantaged.
but dude, you don't mention some like topics that are really popular in Tony. Like uh, Donald. Well, you talk a lot about Donald Trump. Um, You don't talk about the NFL because it's a popular thing that comedians talk about. You didn't give me the win, but either way. I tried, baby. Tied for the win. What a great shot. Riser, don't fuck it up. Short, short.
Oh God, you're gonna retire, buddy.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You can't put my ball in the tar. Oh, that was amazing. You deserve to win if you pull that shot. That was amazing. Dude, I have a larger dick than most men on earth. I'm happy with that. You haven't proven that, Zoot. You haven't proven that, Zoot. Right, so we've got, oh, that's not true. Really, yeah. Right. No, definitely not. You might go down for other reasons, but not that. That is something. Yeah. Well, the judges of the Raw Comedy South Australia will go down as the worst comedy judges in the history of comedy. They, ju- oh my word! If dude, the fact that you are still, the fact that you are still in this tournament is shocking to the entire world and anyone who ever has heard you do comedy ever. You're a finalist for your state. You beat out 7 people. I mean, these people not speak English. I think mines would beat you. That was an amazing shot, Sue. You beat out 33 people. Zoot. So what are your jokes? You don't have to tell them. But there's the JFK RFK joke. That's your first one. What's your second joke? Yeah, that's an okay joke. Zoot. What's your second joke? Dude, do you remember that time I asked you a question and you answered it? Because I don't. Okay, so that's your second joke. What's your third joke?
was on when I was going on live, I think suicidal. So I went back to my I did three tests. They asked me and I'm like,
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're obsessed with Hitler's on that list too.
I was very fucking I was back. I was very, very, very,
All right, so Zoot, here is Zoot's.
it's just that I don't
You know, you came in and told us that in the last 24 hours.
think Hitler killed himself.
Okay,
Why would he kill himself?
Doug, I wasn't there.
Empire was in shambles.
Zoot, who did you?
Comedian.
Yeah, yeah, no, not Mike Norman.
He's this bit Hitler's creature was.
Um, he was elected by a huge amount in 1933. Riser, that was a dick move. That was a dick move, right? Like rebel? No, I don't know. Ask them. Riser, you just fucked me.
I would say more Americans hate Trump. Germans hate it.
Okay,
Is that an unpopular?
Trump's loved by a lot of people in the United States. Hit my ball, baby.
I mean, Hitler was one by. It's still
Yeah, like those guys you were with at the James McCann concert or whatever.
just hit it at the end.
Dude, Zoot, you're like a parrot. Somebody says something to you, like these people at this James McCann thing, and you are obsessed with it for days later. Dude, quit with that.
That's it.
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser, do you want me to um Zoot, make this shot. Zoot, make this shot.
I do think I do think rejected from art school.
Zoot, I'm gonna say I want you for the rest of tonight to not talk about the 10 things you love to talk about the most. And I want to see if you can do it. Lily Phillips. Wait. I asked him to do this and he could not do it. I asked him to do this and he could not do it.
really funnier than like some.
I agree.
Look at this shot. Yeah.
That shot sucked dick, dog. Dude, tell us a clean joke. Pretend we're 80-year-old ladies. Zoot, tell us a clean joke.
Um, hold on.
What did the polar bear say to the Eskimo? Zoot, is there a punchline? Did I miss it?
Hold on. Don't.
Okay, then why did you say that the polar bear said something to the Eskimo?
I'm just trying to go with play.
All right, well, give us a joke, not a scientific fact. Hey, Riser. Okay, well, Zoot, give us a clean joke. Imagine you were at the mall and some lady comes up to you and says, "What do you do for a living?" And you say, "I'm actually the funniest person in South Australia." And she says, "Oh, wow, that's great. Can you please tell me a joke?" What would you say? Riser, you have an invitation.
Okay, where's
Okay, after this, we play Word Box.
no,
Okay, send Zoot an invitation. Zoot, all I do is watch fucking comedians.
How many is the 2012 was? 4-7.
Now that's a funny joke. Now that's a fucking funny. That's hilarious. Zoot, accept his fucking invitation. Riser, now that's a fucking hilarious joke. Zoot, come on, man. Riser just had the joke of the night. Zoot. Sorry, I just got a call. Sorry, I just got a call from the chief of comedy of Queensland. They want me to, they want, they want me to perform tomorrow night. Zoot, come on, man. All right, play me. I'll send you an invite. Oh, it's on, dog. I'll dominate you easily. So strange. It's over. Baby, you're up. Do you know that? Are you proud of that, Boo?
Draws
Big dog, you're up. I hope you're aware that you're up.
I'm not a word.
What the fuck is it? What the fuck is a tum? I want to know what a tum is. What's a tum?
I mean,
That's tummy, not tum.
this fucking word. Look at this fucking word. 33 points. How do you like that? That was four words. Oh wow. Anders, 36 points. He fires shit.
I
Rifle?
all right, FLE. I think that's the first time I've ever had like quadruple word scores on something. Like 2W plus 2W. I've never seen that.
Back to back quads, folks. We're seeing unprecedented. Too heavy. Too heavy.
I mean, you can consider it two heavyweights, but I do have a 15-point lead on you.
Yeah,
Do you remember that time when Zook came in, talked about being perhaps having a 25% chance of being the funniest person in an entire Australian state, failed to do anything funny, failed to tell us even any of his stand up routine, and then left without any. Well, actually, took two phone calls from the chief of comedy and I remember.
don't cross the road. Oh, this is real weird. You don't even have a word.
My app froze.
Uh, so, I didn't hear about this.
You're up, baby. And I hope you recognize that. I hope you recognize that you had the best letter, perhaps for the time, the place. I hate the letter B right now. It always gets in my way. The letter B and the letter J. And the letter C. They suck for these fucking this game. I feel like the letter H is way easier. Letter Y is pretty easy.
So,
W is pretty easy.
that's,
Yeah. S is. I almost shouldn't have the S. Do you remember that time when I had a 23-point lead on you? 23 points. That's a lot. I don't know if you're going to be able to. Such a. That was great. You should get more points for like science. You're up, though. I hope you know that you are up. What are you saying, French Noel? Doesn't it?
What did you think of that?
I just thought it was some holiday.
I should double check. Yeah, well, I just like Sanders.
No, like multiple types of Sanders.
What is Sanders?
Like someone who sands shit. Like like if you're sanding a boat. You know what a boat is? God, I hate the bee so much. It's B is terrible. B and J. B sucks. F is off at 15. And you take the.
And
That's a cool story.
I would show it.
I know. I
I'm
get.
getting multiple of the same sauce like butter. Word with
Baby, you're up. I just got
speaking
the.
of
I mean, I just took the lead. I don't know what you want me to do about it, but you had the Z.
stuff. There we go.
Well, you think weld is a good word? Well, is it as good as vow, baby? Are you proud of the way that you're playing right now?
Apparently Italian
Why? What were you trying?
Italian.
What Italian word? What Italian word?
Technology.
Nano? That's not Italian.
No, I have another one. Nano is a
Mano means small?
nano.
Nano. Yeah, I know what nano means.
How is that not a word?
It is not a word. It is it's a prefix, dog. Baby, it's a prefix. What do you want me to do about it?
I'm proud of that.
Yeah, I am. Dude, it's 4 words. Baby, what do you want me to do? Dog. Okay, so here's Zoot's top 10 things. Jokes about Jeffrey Epstein, Puff Daddy, Dave Chappelle, Flu, Lily Phillips, Hitler, autism, ADHD, and sexually transmitted disease. That's Zoot's top 10. What the fuck is net? No, it's not like a net. That's not a part. It's not spelled. That's not how it's spelled. I still don't think Noel means whatever the fuck you said it is. This period of
It also means Christmas.
it means to be good.
Christmas.
Incorrect. It's the period between uh, December 24th and January 6th.
Right.
Dude, why do they keep giving me these? You're up, big dog. Man, do I have a big ass lead on you. 32 points. $32 points. 32 points. This better be a big fucking word for you. It better be. I mean, you gotta make quite a comeback. This is heartbreaking to watch. Oh no. This motherfucker used the word oh no, folks. Oh no. Baby, baby. I have a 56-point lead on you. That's giant. Giant. It's really too much for you to ever be able to overcome. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're my friend. I love you. I love your belief in miniature golf. I think you're very funny. I think you might be the second funniest person in this call, and definitely the funniest person if you were ever to move to South Australia. Definitely. But right now, up. You used up. Are you proud of that? Are you proud of using up?
I don't know where you're going.
Do you want me to review them with you?
Yeah, like this year replan for some game kind of thing. Sure. Fuck you. I was literally gonna go there.
I mean, my friend, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, dog. How many tiles are left? Thank you, sir. What the fuck is that? What the?
Whereas I'm not gonna explain it to you.
No one knows what that is.
Really how good it makes sir.
That's spelled SUR, douche. I know what a sir is, but like that, nobody knows what that is.
Or for sale.
No, that's not a word. I know what sir is, but it's not spelled like that.
Like far
It's a city in ancient Mesopotamia, which is a proper noun, baby. Rub.
I don't believe this. You're not you don't have a four-letter word that starts
I almost did. You could destroy me right here. Too bad I have a 56-point lead on you. Well, let's see. Let's see you fucking come out of nowhere. That's what I want. I want the competition. That's why I put that down there because I want you to have like fangs for like a shitload. You use dog. I give you
that
the.
was the shittiest thing known to mankind. I don't know what you really
Just collected points, baby. The thing that destroyed you was such genius like O's and Sanders, and I don't really know what I did either. Top, I guess, was a lot. That was good.
Eddie,
Yeah, like a neti pot. I think that's spelled NETI. Dog. Look at the desperation. You know that your opponent is desperate when these tiles start going everywhere on the board.
Ian Anna's
HIV is not a word, dog. No, Zoots would be gonorrhea, which it'd be a big word to spell. There's some show, it's really funny. I think it's a Friends episode where they're playing, and so it's like Joey. Have you seen Friends before? You know the characters. So Joey's like the stupid guy, and they're like Monica and Rachel are playing with Joey, and Joey's like playing like words like and dog and cat, and then all of a sudden he puts down the word like trapeze, and he's like trapeze triple word score 75 points, and they're like trapeze. Oh, trapeze isn't a word, and he's like, yeah, it is. I read it in a book. Like, that's what they have in the circus. Like, oh yeah, that's a proper noun though. And he's like, oh really? They're like, yeah. And then he just puts down us, us. So they basically gaslight him, thinking he's dumb when he's really not that dumb. Was that the best story you've ever been told?
Another
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, but the best one is a Seinfeld where they have it, and um, Kramer's in there, and Kramer keeps making up words, and they're like, "That's not a word." The Kramer's like quone, Cuone, quone, and they're like, "Quone isn't a word," and he's like, "Oh, absolutely, look it up in the dictionary." They're like, "That's not a word," and they look it up in the dictionary, and they're like, "It's not in the dictionary." He's like, "Well, you need a medical dictionary to quone something." All right, I'm sending you another invite because I want to lose, and I refuse to lose. Oh, you don't like it when it goes up and down, or you don't like it when it goes left and right. Yeah, I did play Jew. That's what I am, and that's what I played. You're up, baby. I like how you're coming up. You're taking all this time. And when I talk about all this stuff, Joe. Oh wow, Joe. You use Joe. Joe is your word.
man.
Yeah, but it's also like a cup of Joe. It's like uh coffee. Duh. Can't believe we're going.
Word, best word. Okay.
I mean, what do you want? What's some
I might
bullshit?
have to swap fucking
I
words.
mean, do you think that I am the tile distributor?
You could be.
Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Every meal's a feast. How everything's internet with the sun.
Good, bro. This is
Just okay. Why just okay?
it's
Okay.
I'm having one of those days where everything is just okay. Nothing special is going on. I'm so boring.
All right, well, that's why you came in here. Your favorite person playing strip against her friend.
Thanks, crap.
1,000% down. I'm not just winning. I'm not just playing. I'm winning. I'm winning by a lot.
Yo, by the way, what are you someday?
That's an
Question. Because my man Riser loves to fuck with my hours.
No. Oh, you're gonna sleep soon. I have the same letter. Well,
I mean, Doug, what do you want me to do about it?
reading or probably host of
How is that host advantage?
who's the host. Like literally asked like the New York Yankees and like 65%.
Doug, the Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009. Doug, do you know that the Yankees are in the biggest World Series drought of their entire dynasty? Did you know that?
Um,
No, it doesn't. Doug, I don't know. What's good in your knuckle? Would you sling a dick?
no. Yeah, not the point. It went to like 1.6 million. Then we fucking started it and kept on dipping, and now we're at fucking 50K.
Of course, that's how it goes.
Dude, they're still holding like 50% of the supply. They don't touch it, man.
If you rugged it, how much would you have made?
Like, uh, 1.6 million, I think, 25 bags or something.
You would have made $25,000.
Man.
You would have made 25.
Bro, why would I fucking rugged at low of a market cap? Nah, I'm not a rugged. Still, we're not gonna fucking so hard. Everyone calls us fucking whatnot. We're so rugged. You know? It is a meme coin, but link with text that you make. So that's called centralized bundles, basically, where you can launch anything. So bundling is basically like an accessory or function, right? Where you can sort of buy anything before it gets deployed on OTC, so you get the price of it. And then once it gets deployed, you get to stake the coins as well using the creator fees. So whatever the creator fees gets generated, 50% of it goes to the deployer, and goes to bundling, and then the other 50% of the creator fees gets distributed amongst all the members who are bundling. So bundling was supposed to be a mascot. The main coin that we launched using our own tech was supposed to be our mascot. Did pretty well, but then some fucking well got in. A guy named Upsy, this other ship star called Gay. They all fucking got. Right after they got in, the shot started fucking flipping. Then they fucking dumped a 13 bags at the top at once. 13 something back. Man, it's over.
Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71-point lead on you? Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71-point lead on you? I mean, does it make you feel good inside? Riser, did you know it's your turn? Riser, what was the least favorite word that I played of yours? Oh no, not all time, not all time. I don't want you to rate my greatness all time. Just in this game, was it Conger? Conger? What S? Oh, hates. Take care, Arnold. Riser, did you know that you're down 63 points? That's a lot. X and Z for 21 points. Yeah, fuck you for that. Oh, good move, guys. Good fucking move.
There are some that are over there that have a good
What'd you say, baby?
like some and then
Oh, I feel they always give me these. Lated? You played lated? You think lated is a good word to play? This motherfucker thinks lated is a good word.
I don't know how many like that 30 point
What are your thoughts on this move?
well,
Health is good. I do, but I'm not going to use it. Make us suffer. Dude, there's nowhere to go. What are your thoughts on that move? Dog, you're down 61 points. I want to try to get that. I'm trying to wrap my head around being down 61 points. And what I would do, if I were down 61 points, how would I react? I would not give up. I would play a word like QIQP for 33 points. And then I'd make one of the greatest comebacks, if not the greatest comeback, in the history. Dog, how does that help me? Dog, you're up and everybody's waiting on you. Aura, yeah. Oh, hey. How many letters are left? How many letters are remaining? Nothing. This bitch is over.
Hands down the worst of God.
What do you think my answer to that is going to be?
Or do like
What do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to give us more places to play?
that's fine. That's possible.
Do you want me to give us more places to play? Well, that's just appropriate.
Wow, fancy.
Play something good because you're down 64 points. 64 points. One of the biggest embarrassments that we've had the opportunity to witness in the history of the world has happened right here, folks. Folks, if you're watching this, either now or in the future, and you're studying this, you're taking notes on this ass kicking, you should know that it has been a privilege to be able to lead this ass to belt to ass BTA belt to ass door. Are you proud of that word?
Here's
You don't you don't have anything left? Big dog, you're up. I hope you know it is your turn and everybody's waiting on you, big dog. Everybody. I talked to I talked to Chelsea. She said she was ready for you. I talked to the judges of World Comedy, Raw Comedy. They're ready for you. Vim. You played Vim? That's a fucking word.
that you not really are not looking for much too far. Yeah,
That's not real.
my phone, my God. Um,
Dog, you are up and everybody's waiting for you. I don't like the V's. I don't like the J's. I should like the J. The J's a big number. V sucks. V should be more than four. And I feel like H is pretty powerful, and so is W. I feel like X could be 10 and not 8. I feel like Z is um over.
I won't go there 100%.
Really?
My thinking, yeah, I
All right, I'll let you. I'll just pass because I want to see you go. I want to see your greatness.
doesn't like that.
So you just wasted everybody's time because I was about to win. Boy, are you struggling, dog. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, son. This is embarrassing. Good night, sweetheart. You had QUE? What were you trying to do with the? You were like, hey, pass. I could win on this.
I don't know if, it doesn't acknowledge my achievements, right?
Dude, that's the third time you fucking said that tonight.
I know. Shit. The game is broken. It's great. But, you're gonna have Door and like Rabbi and like all these people. You're not gonna have like
Door? Door's a boot. And it's a,
DOR.
so are you indoors or are you outdoors?
And you're going to outdoors or outdoors.
Uh, what would you?
Also, okay. Oh wait. Also, I can prove that you are outside. It's not your own. Okay. Inside the universe or outside the universe. We're really outside, or we're outside other universes that we.
Yeah, it's paradoxical.
Okay, but since okay, yeah, arguably the other universes are part of a bigger universe.
Multiverse, which is part of the omniverse.
Outside of that, so we
But then we're inside the omniverse. And you can't get outside the omniverse.
our universe is outside of all the other universes. Therefore, we're outside of the universe.
No, that's not how it works. We would be inside the omniverse.
I mean, I guess we're outside of other universes also, and not.
You had a funny joke when you said Zoot is funny. 047 or whatever. 07. That was very funny. That was
I'm
047 though would mean that he's still funny 4 hours a day.
On a scale of 0 to 10, how hot do you think that Zoot's brother's girlfriend is?
Anything like zero is fucking dick and dog.
I bet she's a 6.
Should it be inside or outside? Oh,
I think she's cool. I think she's outside Earth's mantle, but inside the atmosphere. What are your thoughts? Scott?
what are my thoughts on what?
The fact that she's inside the Earth's atmosphere, but outside the mantle.
Okay, as far as buildings go, like, maybe outside.
As far as buildings go, you can only be outside. I disagree. What if you're? What if you're? Stop. What if you're in a biodome? You can be inside the building of the biodome, or like inside the structure in the biodome, but outside of that structure, yet still inside the biodome. What are your thoughts?
All those materials came from the earth, so you're really just reshaping outside into a shape, and therefore you're still outside.
Okay. What if you? Oh, I wait. I think I've got it. Maybe. Let's say you're in an elevator, and then you move outside the elevator. Aren't you outside the elevator, but yet still inside the building?
No, any of the small things you want to like go inside or all made up outside. You're still outside. You're
But
just in a configuration of outside.
but didn't we agree that you said that everything is made from something else? So everything is organic, so nothing synthetic exists in the universe?
Yeah, well, genetic comes from like alterations of natural parts, all derived from something on Earth
Or somewhere else?
or
So you're saying that synthetic doesn't exist?
but make something that are natural, unaltered things.
Yeah.
You
So
would always deconstruct something synthetic to get organic, natural things.
so then it's not synthetic; it's just actually organic.
Yeah, I know, but we just like there's unaltered material and then you're altering it and classify it as synthetic. Yeah, it's still ultimately like plastic or whatever. Still comes from tree chemicals. Other chemicals and rubber are natural.
Okay. So let me just summarize this for you. Okay. You're saying that nothing synthetic exists.
Yeah. I mean,
No, not I mean. You're saying that nothing synthetic exists. Stop.
well,
Well,
I hear what I just said. all the synthetic things of natural organic material. So by association with that, they are there, these processes that yes, ultimately everyone organic materials. And whether you want to classify and alter organic material as something synthetic, that's what people do. But
Doug,
you know,
just just summarize it for me. Yes or no? Synthetic exists. Okay, so then everything that you'd be saying is inside, because for you to be outside has to be outside of some kind of organic material, and we've already agreed that there is nothing outside the organic material, so everything is inside. Because everything is in because everything is inside the universe.
oh, so now we're talking about the universe.
Oh, okay. Shelter. Okay. So you're saying everything is outside.
Yeah, like when you go into a building or still outside.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, no.
Um.
Like
So
if you're chilling in your New York City apartment, like go outside or whatever, you're already outside. You're already surrounded by natural materials, natural goods, natural whatever. You're basically outside. It's just outside is taking a new configuration.
so if I were to ask you to go inside your house, you would just say, "I can't go inside my house because I can't go inside anything." What you're technically asking me to do is go outside my house, right?
Yes. Inside is just a reference point of the direction that we use to have a point of reference for us. But technically, I believe that if there are still outside.
Okay, but aren't we inside the universe?
Yes, I agree. I agree with that.
Okay, and aren't we technically inside the solar system?
Well, no, technically, we don't know what's outside the universe,
Okay, but
so we
but
don't
that
know.
that's fine. That's fine. We don't know what's outside the universe, but we're in. But we can agree we're inside this universe, right?
Well, no, wait. If we don't know the boundaries of the universe, we assume that there's something outside of our universe, then we could be outside of that.
Okay, fine, whatever. Then okay, we're inside the Milky Way galaxy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so aren't we inside there?
Yeah. No, but like when they outside of like Earth, nature, like forests, mountains, cities, anything within the atmosphere of the Earth, surface. Not talking man. Like you say, go outside. You're like, okay, you're outside. City, the tree, whatever. It's all outside.
Aren't we inside the atmosphere?
Yeah, but when you say I'm going outside, that's what I'm going outside the atmosphere. So I'm going outside.
Okay. Aren't we inside the clouds? Well, no, we would be inside. Okay. If it's foggy,
wouldn't we say we're inside the fog?
You can't say that. I'm not saying that. But the fog is going to be outside, typically, unless you have a fog machine, which is also indoors.
Indoors is different. Okay. Can't we say that? So at what point do you say that we're inside the solar system, inside the Milky Way? We're inside the atmosphere, technically.
Yeah.
Um, okay. So how about this? Can't we say, well, and then you get into like the materials. And I feel like your definition just frankly sucks. That you say everything is an organic material, but so synthetics don't exist. If synthetics don't exist, then and something needs to be built out of something, then inherently, according to your definition, it's organic, which means that it everything has to be organic. It can't be synthetic. And if you're in anything, according to your definition, it has to be organic. So you can't ever be outside of anything, right?
Yes, because
Okay, what about this? What if I say you're outside of your element?
that's very
Okay, well, what if I'm what
the concept of
wait,
inside
wait,
or
wait, 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 wait. You're using the
outside
idea.
of.
You're using the idea as being a physical place. I'm saying that it could be a hypothetical realm.
I'm not saying that the word inside cannot be to everything. I'm just saying in like the context of like residential or or something. Like in that particular context, when you're saying that going inside, you're really still outside of the
But that's not correct because we've even said that you're inside the universe, perhaps inside the Milky Way, inside the solar system.
well, those things are still up for debate because we don't know what's outside the universe.
No, no, that one's different.
Those are reference points.
The solar system is not up for debate. We're inside the solar system.
Okay. Yes, and we're inside the atmosphere. I agree with that, but you think around Earth level, like there's the outdoors.
Okay,
which
stop,
is
stop, 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 stop,
majority.
stop, 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 stop. So then, if I take and I put you in a space capsule, like the International Space Station, we could say that you are outside Earth's atmosphere, but inside the space capsule.
Oh, that's so it's made of natural things. So
Yeah, but wait, 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 wait. Okay, so here's it's a definition issue. You're saying that if you're inside something, it has to be organic, and that just doesn't necessarily correlate.
futurist materials are all organic compounds. But it's not that far of a stretch to say that every material, whether it's by origin comes from an organic material.
What if we create a replicator? What if we have a replicator that creates something from nothing? Then that would be synthetic.
Or the atoms constructed of carbon copy
Okay, how about this? Uh,
we are. Um, I mean, I see what you're saying, but your definition is wrong. You're saying if you're in anything, any physical object, it has to be it has to be organic. And you get down to the point where, from a definition, you say atoms are organic. And so everything is made of atoms. So if you're ever inside of anything, you're really outside because that doesn't make any sense. I get what you're saying. No, you're not outside. If you're inside a house, you're not outside. Would you? No, you aren't. If I put you in a shipping container, I'd say you're inside the shipping container. I wouldn't say you're outside.
Containers made of natural elements, and that so you're surrounded by natural elements, which is also surrounded by nature, which is also a bunch of natural elements. So just because you construct a little dome out of natural elements to temporarily shield you from the other natural elements outside of it, still ultimately in natural elements.
So how isn't the solar system a natural element? Wait,
It is, yeah.
so then aren't you technically outside the solar system? But you're not. You're inside.
Well, if your concept is like the same as Earth, where it's just like outside of nature, like wherever like imagine outside of
I don't give a fuck
outside
about that. I get your stupid thing there. I'm talking about the solar system.
Yeah, so I mean, in a sense, yes, it's not just a big natural space, which is outside, which is like outside means like not confined concept.
No, no, you keep changing the definition, and I don't like that. It's illogical.
What do you think the definition of health was?
I,
Or outside? Outside.
generally, it means external to a structure.
Outside refers to the area beyond those areas such as temporary. Often as being outdoors, or a physical, metaphorical sense of possibility. Physical location, an area, space, beyond, without neighborhood, surface, the outer as an object. And, yeah, I mean, my definition.
Okay.
I mean, I just think it's just a thought experiment.
That was fun. I don't agree with it, and I think it's illogical. It's not logically sound, but it's still cool.
Yeah, I mean,
How about this one? What really is?
the solar system is outdoors, correct?
Well,
You think of the solar system outdoors?
I would say we are not outdoors. Is not the word you use. It's inside.
Are you outdoors? Or is it inside?
It's outdoors.
Right. So, if you by correlation, by default, outdoors as well.
You're using different terms. You're using outdoors and inside. That's inconsistent. It was outside and inside. That's how you originally. So let me ask you this.
No, but outside of outdoors are very.
No. There's a logical fallacy there. Okay, I have a question
No,
for
no,
you.
no, no, no. No, they're very much.
No, there's not. Outdoors and outside are two different things.
Okay, I think I can use.
They can be, but
Because
they don't.
if I say, okay, I'm saying outside outdoors, that's one way to put it. Or you can say I'm going outside. Those both I'm exiting my apartment and going outside, which is also they're the outdoors. So they're interchangeable. Do you agree on that?
No, absolutely not. I would say that the Milky Way is outside, but I wouldn't say Earth is outside the Milky Way.
That's not what I asked.
Okay, I don't know what you asked earlier. I know that I'm defending this from a logical standpoint. Here's what I want to know from you. This is kind of along the same lines. Uh, who defines whether a door is outside or inside? Or who defines whether a door is outdoors or indoors?
Are you indoor doors or outdoor doors?
Isn't every indoor door in its own way an outward door? Like it's like a portal. Like some people may consider a door to be going out into something. Other people may consider going into something.
I mean, I think it's not one or the other. It's like both. There's part of it facing the outside and part of it facing the inside.
But couldn't they both be facing the inside and both be facing the outside? Yeah, they could.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You just
There's two sides to a door.
if you put a door frame, just a frame, in the middle of a field, both sides would be going to the outside. And if you had a door that was put just in the middle of a room, both doors would be going to the inside.
I got it facing me.
So imagine there's just a box, like a container, and there's a door with a wall. Both of them, that door, when you walk through one side, it goes inside. You walk through the other side, it goes inside. There isn't an outside to that door, arguably,
Is there a door?
or a door frame. So there's a door frame in a box, in just like a 10 by 10 room. You walk through the door frame, you're still walking through the inside. You walk through the other door frame, the other side of the door frame, and you're still inside. There is no walking outside.
Because both frames all kind of.
I think that's an argument that can.
Yeah, I mean, if it was set up like I would use it to drive walking on it, so there's protection.
The first door that's outside,
You're walking through your door.
I would call it like a. You would say walk.
You still say door.
That's a different story. So you should. How would you describe it? If there's just a door frame in the middle of a walk through that door to the outside. Walk to the outside of that. Walk through that door to the outside.
Okay.
and if it were in a house, walk through that door inside the other room. You could say they'll walk through that door outside this room.
Yeah. I mean, your question or how you got whether the door is inside.
Yeah. Okay, if you really want to get, if you really,
You could argue, depending on which way the door
there are no hinges. There are no hinges. It's a door frame, and there are no hinges. There's no doors.
Yeah, no, that was an example later. If it's just there's no front or back side of the door.
All right, I got this one for you.
Uh,
No. What are your thoughts on this? Every opinion is subjective, except this statement.
I just
No, it's paradoxical. It's absolutely right.
no, I disagree.
Okay,
I disagree.
but but that's just your opinion. It's subjective.
No,
Which
but me not agreeing that is or is
subjective? No, you're not. You're just proving that. Yeah, it's subjective.
Yeah, but your statement is every opinion is subjective except this opinion. That's your statement. Saying, no, I disagree.
And that's subjective.
Oh,
Yeah, that's your subjective. What I'm saying is this: everything in the world is someone's opinion. I should say, every opinion in the world is subjective. The only, I should say, every statement, every opinion in the world is subjective, except the fact, except the statement. Every opinion in the world is subjective, except the statement. Basically, what I'm saying is that one thing has to be objective, and that's the statement that all opinions are subjective. Does that make sense?
yes. If I disagree with that statement,
Then that proves it that it's your opinion, it's subjective.
okay, yeah. Sure.
What are the odds Zoot wins his heat?
Like his
It was worse the other night.
yeah, we kept giving him like so many chances. And it's like so bad. It wasn't even like a little
We gave him easy words.
horrible.
We gave him easy words. Then we gave him like his bread and butter stuff, STIs and autism. I'm gonna ask you what, aside from these 10 things Zoot talks about regularly: children, Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein, Dave Chappelle, Lily Phillips, um, Bonnie Blue, ADHD, autism, and
you know, it's,
that's Zoot. That is Zoot. Like, uh, what else did he talk about? He does talk about a few other things, like raw comedy and uh, James McCann and his dog and cryptocurrency. But you didn't even know he had a brother till today. You've known this guy for like years, and you didn't know he had a brother.
did you know that?
Yeah.
I think Zoom
Um, and he said he's gonna punch me in the face because I asked if his brother's girlfriend was masturbating.
I was just a question when I was rational person.
Doug, I've been live streaming now for 4 years. I've come to the conclusion that that's the question that everyone wants to know whenever they hear about someone of the opposite gender.
Also, shit that Zoom brings out constantly.
Right,
Wild. Yeah, you never say what
right.
um,
You know,
close down,
you know,
close down,
you know that's a felony in the United States to say that to someone, or not in the United States, in the state of California to say that to somebody. That you're going to cause physical. It's considered like a terrorist threat. That you're going to do physical harm to somebody, severe physical harm.
correct.
That's Zoot. Actually, that happened to him. He threatened somebody or something, and they prosecuted him, but he got away with it because he said that he had some kind of behavioral issue, and they threw it out. Which he does. When was that? Like 5 years ago. I mean, I'm not exactly sure when he. Dude, did he tell you he got punched in the face? And they never did anything about that. And I, for as much shit as I give Zoot, I do like him a lot. He's annoying as fuck. Zoot, if you, I don't give a shit. If you're watching this, you could be watching this live right now. I'm going to tell you straight up. I hate that you are very difficult with him, difficult person with him to communicate. I hate that you leave. I hate the subjects that you bring up, but I still love you to death. When you come in, I get happy. Just you make me laugh not because you're funny, but because your personality is so strange that it makes me smile. And um, I will say this: I'm very proud of him for making it this far in rock comedy. It is
I mean, definitely lying about that. Like, yo, dog, you literally have come in here, told me, like, personally, that you want to be a professional comedian, and then today's like, guys,
he's just saying that because his friends are saying that. They're all saying that. They don't want to say that they're doing it because they want to be in the national finals of rock
you
comedy.
really can't talk to
Right. If I mean, it would be like saying, well, this is what Zoot said he was gonna do. He's like, if I win and I beat one of my friends, I'm gonna say that I want them to take the award. Which I'm like, what if they don't accept it? What if they're like, no, Zoot, you deserve to win? He's like, well, like he was just trying to be like extremely humble. What'd you say?
He's not going to have to worry about
it, but I mean, he got this far, which isn't that far. He basically had to have one good 5 minute set, and he didn't even win his heat, but they did let him back up. Uh, he had to win. I'm absolutely shocked that he didn't stumble over something, or say shit, or fuck, or go into something embarrassing. Like that's why I'm proud of him. That he was able to get one good. I mean, we didn't see it, but like apparently, like it had to be good enough. That he got it off, and um, they did not find that he was offensive or any of the other shit.
it. Boom off the stage.
Well, I'm just saying,
Like the fact, yeah, he didn't get booed off the stage is like a mere based on his improv.
just basically.
I know. I don't know. He thinks that his improv skills are not a. I do not agree with that.
They have to, especially if you're doing crowd work. That's like really be able to think on your feet. Like
Even not doing crowd work, just coming up with material, brainstorm, just like brainstorming basically.
if Zoot were here, I've told him this, so it's not like a surprise. I would tell him his comedy is predictable. He's never had a joke that I just think is really outside the box creative. Everything that he has said is something that I've either thought about, when the punchlines are um, easy to anticipate. The Kennedy one, that's like people have been making jokes about that for 60 years. It's not topical. I mean, I guess it is sort of, but um, his joke about like Zoo could have a really good misdirect or callback joke, like misdirect where he's saying like, "I did this, this, and this. I did this, this, and this. I did this, this, and this," and then come back and have a punchline that we're not expecting. But he doesn't have anything like that. His jokes are just very predictable. And if I had to tell him from 0 to 10, with 10 being what I think is just absolutely the most brilliant comedy I've ever heard, and with Dave Chappelle being like a 7 or an 8, because I don't even think Dave Chappelle he's a good comic, but he's not like almost making me think from a philosopher standpoint. Sometimes he does, but other things he doesn't. So maybe, yeah, Dave Chappelle maybe a 7 or an 8. So you're a 1. Your jokes are easy to anticipate, and yet I'm not a finalist for South Australia Comic of the Year. Zoot knows.
You're about the you're improv bit about oh my goodness, that was funny.
Like,
That was like a legitimate funny riff that I would like rarely you can throw me into it. I mean, Zoot has with the funny because like the premise of like you two absolutely why is he not that? I could go on a tangent of that. Like having the idea. I know that. I mean, yeah, he has. I don't know his current total routine where that like
I thought your hummingbird things were funny. They don't even hum. Um, I do think he has a 25% chance of winning. He has a less than 1% chance. I wouldn't say zero because all the people could simultaneously get in car accidents who he's up against. But I didn't even ask him how many people is he up against on Friday.
on 12 or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's what he said. 45. He had to beat 33. Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. If he,
Natalie, I mean, you can do it if you not suck, but that's not the case.
that's the thing. He could, and I would say this: if he practiced, let me say this: if you practice it, or anybody else, if you practice it, you can get it down, and you sound professional. Anybody can do it. As I told him previously, if you just take 10 street jokes, simple, easy, set up punchline, set up punchline, set up punchline jokes, and memorize them, you have a 50% chance of winning. I really do.
If you do it yourself, sure.
Nope. You can take street jokes that are directly common funny jokes. Look, here, I'll do it right. I'll just get street jokes.
It's not fun if you're doing stealing jokes.
No, you don't understand the definition of a street joke. A street joke is something that you can do that with. It's so well known in society, it's not traced to any single individual. So you could,
There's no creativity.
if people haven't heard it before, there's a lot of creativity.
If you're creating, if you're stealing material,
It's
you're
not.
not creating.
It's not stealing. It's already available. It's allowed.
Okay, well, you're supposed to use this material you did not create. So explain how that's.
You would find 10 really good jokes. There's some great sit through with and
I don't think that's how you get Chappelle and all those where it's just jokes.
um his aren't really even jokes. When a lot of he does have some jokes, but his are cool stories and that have a meaning. And kind of getting to the point where he's a philosopher, and he does a funny impression too. But he's not like a setup joke punchline, setup punchline kind of comedy either. Very few people, once you get to that level, do that. Nor do they want it. That takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work to fill an hour with joke punchline, joke punchline, joke punchline. Nobody, very few people can do that. It's a lot to memorize, and they would rather get bigger punches by telling a story.
I'm currently outdoors, and would you agree that I'm outside?
Okay. Are you? I mean, basically, you're saying when you say you're outdoors, you are not. There's no roof, right?
have to contain to be outdoors. If you're under a tarp, right? You consider the tarp, or would you consider
Is a gazebo outdoors? Yeah. Is a gazebo outside? Yeah. Can you be inside the gazebo? Yes. Can you be indoors of a gazebo? Yes.
You could also say you're under the gazebo.
You could say you're inside the gazebo as well. You could do the same for a house, I believe. You could do outside the house. Your gazebo is gazebo is an interesting one. You can say that you're outside the gazebo, that you're outdoors in a gazebo, that you're inside a gazebo, and that you're indoors in a gazebo.
Okay, if you're on a patio at a restaurant, you're outside. There's you have to like you're supposed to be outside on the patio.
Um,
And it might be like on the patio, and a umbrella does not constitute.
you're in.
Still
I mean, if there's an awning, aren't you inside the awning?
yeah, right.
I agree. Okay, so poke that elevator. You listen to this motherfucker? You all listen to this motherfucker? You listen to this motherfucker? No, no, you there?
Yeah, I just got outdoors.
Outdoors in, outdoors in your apartment? Outdoors, outdoors in your apartment. Why wouldn't you just say inside your apartment? Oh, okay. So then why wouldn't you say,
I am in my apartment, but
uh, this goes back to your thing about synthetics not being a real
the
thing.
majority of buildings, or at least residential housing, are wood frame, timber, or
Okay, but this just goes back to your thing that synthetics don't exist because everything can be taken back to being organic, right?
I mean, do you communicate with that to some extent? You can say no.
I mean, the fact that then you would say that atoms are organic, then I would say yeah, but I would say that there's a process that can be done usually, and that's when something is considered synthetic. So, like metal, you take like iron ore and you melt it, and then it becomes steel. Steel is more synthetic material.
I said that earlier. Like, after you alter an organic element, then it's typically classified as synthetic, but
But
they're ultimately derivatives of organic materials.
usually, organic
uh, a lot of times it's connected to organisms. Doesn't necessarily need to be, but something that was once living. But I understand, like rocks aren't living and they're considered organic,
What do you mean by living materials?
like wood.
Okay.
All right. What about this one?
Oh, okay. Outdoor.
Uh, let's see if I can remember this one. I don't know if it's a riddle. All right. I don't know if I'm going to say it correctly. Um, this is between. Wait, hold on. What is it? The thing about which. Uh,
Should what would a woodchuck wood and a
no,
woodchuck
it's something like
wood? Is that
the um the uh. I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal or a fraction. What is it?
um,
No,
well, that was a really good answer.
that doesn't make any sense.
And like a clock turns around to tell the time. And at some point, the clock between 6.
Yeah, but that's not it.
That's a ship that was answer.
The answer is the letter and. 6 and 7. I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. The word and is between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal, nor is it a fraction.
There's a clock. That's correct. Both answers are correct.
No, the clock hand doesn't make any sense. The clock hand would be representing a fraction or a decimal.
That's not a fraction. Time is not a fraction.
A clock displaying time is a fraction, or it can be.
No,
It can be. It can be. It can be reduced. It can be. It can be reduced to. It can be reduced to a fraction.
it's 6:34 and 6:35. The 35 is 35 of 60 minutes.
Exactly. So it'd be 35.
No one tells time like that. No one ever tells time like, oh, I'm 6 out of 12.
Yes, they do. They say it's 2:30, and that's 50%, or 1/2. Or they'll say 1/4 past 2, which is 1/4. They do that all the time, dog.
Sure, but that doesn't make the actual time itself right.
Yes, it does. 1/4 is when someone says quarter after, they mean one.
Make it a fraction.
They mean 1/4 of the hour.
Yeah, you're describing it like that. You can describe anything.
But you can't describe the word and like that, or it wouldn't make sense.
No, okay. Just because something can be divided into parts doesn't make the thing itself a fraction.
Yeah, it does.
No, no.
Give me an example.
A fraction is like 6 over
If something is divided into parts, it is by definition a fraction. It's either whole, which would be 1 over 1, or half, which would be 1 over 2, or a third, 1 over 3.
So you're inserting fraction over time. The fact itself isn't like inherently a fraction until you insert this fraction back.
Now, what the fuck are you saying? If I say to you, it's 6:30, that means it's 1 over 2 of the hour, which is 6:30.
Yeah, I think just because a clock can be like broken up in fractions and divided in half does not make the concept of time itself automatically equate to fraction
And
or being fractional.
yes, it does. Now, we might not discuss it in those ways,
I
but
think I
if
have to ask AI this one. I mean, I think you could, you might very well be right, but to me it seems like you're
right, yeah, I know it does.
forcing a fraction into
No, it just wouldn't be referred to that generally, but many people would. If you say midday, that's halfway through the day. That's the midpoint. Or 3:30, 3:15. Is anything that is able to be broken up into parts also technically a fraction from a theoretical sense? A fraction is a mathematical expression that represents a part of a whole or a ratio between two quantities. Okay, but fraction division of ratio. Theoretical perspective, fractions of divisibility. From a theoretical standpoint, any quantity that can be divided into equal parts can be represented using fractions.
time itself isn't a fraction. Time is a fundamental dimension, a measure of change in sequence. It's a human construct that helps us make sense of our experience.
Can everything be a fraction? Yes. In a broad theoretical sense, any divisible object or quantity can be represented as a fraction. So that includes physical objects. Pizza cut into 8 slices gives 1/8 per slice. Measurements, time. The first thing that says is time, distance, or volume can be fractional. For instance, half hour, 3/4 of a mile. Abstract quantities, probabilities, rates, and proportions are often expressed as fractions.
Now, just because something can be divided hypothetically doesn't automatically make it a fraction. Instead, we use fractions as a way to quantify and relate time.
Yeah, it does.
No, my AI is correct. AI is like a team of AI. I'm talking to the real AI.
Okay, here we go.
Your AI sucks.
And every mathematical number and everything, whether it's a pizza or a dog or a human or a time, be represented as a fraction, like a dog would be 1 over 1, and time might be half past the hour. Everything could be a fraction. Two dogs would be 2 over 1.
fraction is not inherent in property of time itself. No, this is not even a debate. I was right.
It is.
I was literally right.
Uh,
Everyone here, nature was
no, no.
right on this
From a
particular.
from a theoretical standpoint, steel man this argument.
No running allowed. We already
Here we go.
it's been debunked.
No, it is steel man argument. Everything can be represented as a fraction. Ontological neutrality. Reality as quantifiable relations. At the most fundamental level, reality can be described not as things, but as relations between quantities. A dog is not a primitive object. It is a stable pattern of mass, energy, time, and information. A human is a more complex but still finite aggregation of those same measurable properties. Time is not a thing but a rate of change. If reality is fundamentally relational, then ratios or fractions are sufficient to describe it. Measurement collapses into measurement collapses entities into ratios. Any attempt to describe something scientifically requires measurement, and measurement always produces ratios. Length is object over unit length, mass is object over unit mass. Time equals event duration over unit time. Count equals quantity over unit, dogs per reference dog. Thus, one dog is one dog over one dog, which is one over one. Two dogs over two dogs. Half an hour is 30 minutes or 60 over 60 minutes, one half. Even discrete objects become fractional relative to a chosen unit. Whole numbers are a special case of fractions. Mathematically, every integer n equals n over 1. So if integers can represent discrete objects and integers are fractions, then fractions are sufficient to represent discrete unity. This makes fractions a universal numerical language, not a limited one. Apparent indivisibility is scale dependent. Objects like you can't half a dog fall under scale analysis. At different resolutions, a dog is divisible into organs, organs into cells, cells into molecules, molecules into particles, particles into energy distribution. At every scale, quantities are expressible as fractions of a reference whole. Indivisibility is a practical constraint, not a theoretical one. Time as a fractional change. This is for you, Riser. Time does not need to be absolute to be real. Time can be defined as change relative to a periodic process. Thus, half past the hour equals one half of a cycle. A moment equals delta change over reference change. So time is fundamentally fractional, a ratio of changes. Information theoretic framing. Do you need me to go on? Because I can.
I think we turned it on.
But wait. This inherently, there's an issue that arises in this discussion. Do you recognize what it is? In the riddle that I gave, I said, I didn't give the riddle correct, but I said, the answer is not a decimal nor is it a fraction. Technically, and I guess would be a fraction, one of the word and. That makes sense?
Yeah, it
So,
does make sense. So yeah, there were no
okay, now that may
no
be
one's
true.
talking about this. No one's talking about this. But right here.
So that may be true that that riddle is incorrect. But the idea that everything is divisible in fraction is correct.
I think tomorrow morning on CNN, there's going to be crazy stories about
It's going to be this. Our top story, Zoot is 24 hours away from being the funniest person in South Australia. And additionally, everything is divisible into fractions.
that riddle that's been debunked. And
Let me get the riddle correct. Okay,
you can just impose a bullshit fraction over anything, apparently.
what is the riddle? It's something like this thing is in between 6 and 7. It's not a
decimal. It does not have a decimal point, and it's not a fraction. It's the best brain busting. So, um, oh well, so it could just be what is between 6 and 7. The word the riddle plays on the way numbers are spoken in English. When you say 6 and 7, the word and is literally between numbers. Hold on. So from um that perspective, um, let me just go to maybe.
Maybe try to just go on to Reddit, like Reddit, like make up a video that doesn't make a lot of sense with no clear answer, and then just
What is the
never
riddle?
answer.
What is between 6 and 7? Not a decimal, nor is it a fraction. What is the riddle? It's like this is between 6 and 7. It does not have a decimal, and it is a fraction. Yep, that's a riddle. And because it's literally between 6 and 7. No decimal. Okay, but what is the formal version of the calculation? Uh, what comes between 6 and 7 has no decimal and is not a fraction. But technically, the word "and" is a fraction. It would be "and over 1." That's what you should do. Go on Reddit and tell everybody, just every answer, absolutely everything you just say. The answer is a fraction. Oh, I mean, okay. So then, how about an answer? What was the hilarious video that you watched yesterday?
YouTube channel and always trapping scammers and like mazes or whatever. And you publish he has like a bunch of scammers and they're trying to steal like $1 million of Bitcoin, but it's really a fake site. And then so they had a bunch of subscribers create these really unstoppable silly captions, and then the scammers had to go through and try and do it these infuriating, ridiculous captions.
I would love that. That's amazing. Did you know that story can be simplified into a fraction? It would be whatever that story is over 1.
Wow, it doesn't even make sense for it to divide things by one.
I think so.
To be outdoors. Time to be outdoors.
Oh,
Tent is a good little gray area.
it's the same as a gazebo.
The same as what?
A gazebo. I was thinking that too.
But it has walls.
Not all tents. Not all tents.
Okay.
Not all tents. Not all tents have walls. Not all tents have walls. Not all. Do you recognize what I'm saying? Not all tents have walls.
What tent doesn't have walls?
Like those tents that you have at like at the beach.
Are they like that?
No, it's like
just a canopy with metal.
Oh, like nice, like looks like okay, I think that's great. Only the top part.
Yeah. You know what I would do if I were you? I would type in type it easy up, easy, like the letter E, the letter C, the letter E, easy up 10.
That
Way.
these four sticks, but those are definitely outside. But it's more of a soft is outside.
Like a tent with actual size. So wouldn't that just be a, yeah, wouldn't that be just a structure? Just like a house?
I mean, one could argue that, but I don't know.
One,
You could argue
you know what one could argue
outside.
is that it's a fraction.
It's true. It's actually one
That is, oh no, that's incorrect. That would mean it's one. It's actually 1/10 over one, which equals the tenth.
can't divide. Is that
But then that would just be one. Like if you had 2/10, then it would be tenth and tenth, 2/10 over one. Now here's a question for you. If a gazebo is in a tent, would you be inside the gazebo, indoors of the gazebo, outside in the gazebo, and outdoors in the gazebo all simultaneously?
yeah?
I think so too. I don't even think you need the tent. You just said it.
So
All right, so just take a gazebo. Okay, you could be outside in the gazebo, outdoors in the gazebo. Those make sense. You could be inside the gazebo and indoors of the gazebo. That makes sense too.
yeah, when you say inside, it's like a reference to where you are within a certain object.
The hard one for me with the gazebo is there isn't a real door. So let's use the tent. You could be outside in the tent, inside in the tent, outdoors in the tent, and indoors in the tent. All of those work.
So you're able to justify. How do you justify that being outside or
You can be outside in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent. You can be inside in the tent and indoors in the tent.
I heard when you said that, you explain why you can
Okay, if you're outside in the tent, it means you're in the outdoors or like in natural, like in the natural setting in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent, which is the idea that you're in a natural setting in the tent, and then the other two, which were inside in the tent and indoors in the tent. The big issue is, can you be outside out of the tent?
yeah, of course. I would just
Be out. Right? Can you be
Right,
out?
right.
Can you be outside or outdoors? Out of the tent? Yes, you can. Can you
Can you
be?
be outside of the tent, but also in the tent?
Can you be outside of the tent? Can you be outside of the tent but also in the tent? Yes, you can. If your body, like your head, were outside of the door, but your
Your
body
body
were,
is already
yeah, exactly. That would be you're outside of the tent, inside the tent, and that's how I would describe that. Oh, that person stuck their head outside of the tent while their body was in the tent. And if I weren't being so specific, I would say they stuck. That person was outside the tent while in the
have you ever gone?
tent. Not a lot, but yeah, and it
So you agree that outside the sleeping or outside the sleeping bag?
outside the sleeping bag. You're outside the sleeping bag. What is that? What in comparison to what?
Or your that's your always outside. Outside.
No, not if you're in the sleeping bag. Then you're inside the sleeping bag.
You just said that you can go outdoors and outside.
Yeah. Okay. So you would be outside in. You'd be outside in the sleeping bag, just like you could be inside in the sleeping bag.
Sure.
And just like a sleeping bag is sleeping bag over one.
Well, yeah. I mean, everyone knows that.
Yeah. And just like your clock, whatever time that would be, is a fraction. And if anything, you could describe the clock as a fraction of just being whatever between a hand between 5 and 6 over one. But that proves that riddle is incorrect if you say it's not a decimal and not a fraction. So the riddle is just this is between 5 and 6. If you say that, then
No, this is also this is
if somebody
I
said
think
that, I
you
would
could also
say
answer like
if someone said that, well, there could be a lot of answers to it. Nobody says there has to be one. You could say a word. You could say a three-letter word.
if it's not like if I was really like you have like tens or ten over one and time is down one and is the end of one and everything can just be put into a fraction
I agree.
unless you would somehow be outside of the fraction.
That's impossible.
I don't know about that.
Well, um, let's see. I'm sure there's some kind of mathematical way to say that you would be dividing by zero, which you can't do.
I think you can do that. But the answer just becomes infinity.
No, you can divide anything. Uh, Zero divided by anything is zero, but you can't divide by zero.
What happens when you divide by zero?
Like
You just average.
in a calculator, it says error. Why can't you divide by zero? Division by zero is undefined because it violates fundamental rules of arithmetic and leads to logical contradictions. For reason, division is defined as the inverse of multiplication. For money, it's like a bunch of math stuff. Any number multiplied by zero is zero. That makes it impossible. Oh, this is too much math. Okay. Specific cases: non-zero divided by zero. For instance, 1 divided by 0. No number equals, okay, so why not infinity? Why, well, since the result depends on the direction of a consequence. Allowing division by 0 breaks the consistency of mathematical operations, such as the distributive property, and leads to absurd conclusions. To maintain a coherent mathematical system, division by 0 is simply undefined. I always felt like it should be infinity, but it's not. Why isn't it though? Why
Well,
it?
it's just
Why
top
isn't?
number
Why
is 1
isn't?
over
Stop!
y.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
One
Why
would
isn't?
divide 1 into 2 parts.
Doug? Doug? Do you
Point
not know what
y.
that means? Do you not know what that means? Why isn't dividing by zero infinity? The logic for 2 divided by 0 equals infinity equals something like this. 2 over what equals 2, 2 over 0.01 is 20, 2 over 0.01 is 200, and so on. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big number, so dividing by 0 should be infinity. But what if you start from the other side? 2 divided by negative 1 equals negative 2. 2 divided by negative zero point 0.1 equals 20. 2 divided by negative zero point zero 0.01 equals negative 200, etc. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big negative number. So dividing by 0 should make negative infinity. 2 divided by 0 equals infinity, and 2 divided by 0 equals negative infinity can both be true. So we say 2 divided by 0 is undefined instead. There's no definite answer to the equation. Okay, I get that. So because negative infinity could exist, we have to say it's undefined. They can both be true if negative infinity equals infinity, which is possible. Yeah, but when people ask questions like these, they're talking about regular numbers or extended reals. Number systems with a single infinity do exist, but I think it's safe that to say that the person isn't asking about them.
Did you go to college?
Fuck yeah,
Oh, yeah. Did you guys
fuck yeah.
what was your degree?
Dick's hanging.
Did you actually go to
Politics.
Are you serious? Literally? I thought you don't like politics.
I don't like that because I know a lot about it.
Was it a political degree?
Um, it was, you know, I mean, there's a lot of right, but that's why people are coming here and always want to talk about it. It's almost like someone who wants to talk to someone about war, but they don't know that that person's in the war. It's like I'm like the silent veteran on the mic. Don't talk about it. Talk
You're
about
just burned out of it.
yeah, I haven't talked about politics. The first half of my life, I've been talking about politics. I don't want to talk about it, and really because my people's views change. Nobody's perfect, but
Were you going to try to politics ever, or why did you choose to?
manipulate vast amounts of people with marketing and it was just
You're well set for you become popular.
100%. That's the end game, baby. I don't talk about this thing, and then I go viral, and then I'm the world's expert. Not the world's expert in politics, but I know a lot more about politics than any of the people who come into my space and are like, "Hey, I want to talk about Nick Fuentes and fucking Ben Shapiro." Like, okay. But yeah, it's my forte, but I don't. It again. It's like the veteran who doesn't want to talk about the war.
No, I get so, well, sometimes when I was fucking call every 12 hours, you know that?
That's good.
It's crazy. I feel like I'm a house.
Are you proud of yourself?
Every time I come in here, it's literally a black hole. And,
That's what I like. Dude, I was just saying the same thing about you to people in that space. They were like, what do you like? What? And I'm like, well, it really depends. Like last night, this is a couple nights ago. I was talking to a friend of mine from Canada and Australia. And whenever I talk to these guys, like I'll be up till like 5 in the morning, and that screws up my whole week or perhaps a month of sleeping because my hours get all reversed. But we have the time together and we drink together, make notes like that. And then this one person's like, okay, well, what time does this happen? I'm like, hey, man, I have another friend who comes in every evening about 7 p.m. to play bowling. Like, okay, well, what time do you get up? I'm like, it depends. If my friends are there until like 5 in the morning, sometimes I just stay up the whole day, or I try to, or I'll go to sleep and then awake at like 4 in the afternoon. It just they were like trying to get me to some kind of schedule. Work that way.
I just want to be back to 5 a.m. schedule. I'm trying to know.
Well, guess what? 5 a.m. is 5 divided by 24, and that is outside the realm of normal thinking, but inside the world of mathematics. And you can know with good faith that your friend maybe has a 25%, 1/4 chance of being the funniest person, or already was the funniest person in all of college. He's got a 0 divided by 1. That's the person in all.
I was going to say, you earlier in my Rabbi had to insist me out. Oh, it's always kind of a, you have funny or
I do that.
we have a good time.
Oh, I absolutely do that.
Yeah, no, I was just going to pay back for the compliment. Thank you, like, for being the one person on the planet I can talk to about, like, maybe for like 8 hours. I'm going to talk about this random thing.
absolutely. You're a good person. You keep my shit exceptionally well, and you don't get offended by it. And if at any point you ever did, I would stop you. Like, um, I just never can take it and understand. You understand part of my kindness and being like extremely confident and things like
That's
that.
not hilarious.
Exactly.
It's like if you're on,
Exactly.
you're on
But like, but like Miss Aquarius, I don't do that to her at all. It's amazing to see when I play with her. It's very much you win, I win, you win. No. It absolutely polar opposite. It's polar opposite. I know because she wouldn't play me if I shit talked. That's not her way. And so I never do that. I absolutely never do that. I don't even really. We don't even. I mean, I'm always trying to keep an eye on the score, but she doesn't, and we just do it to have fun. And that's fine. But then when I get you, I know you can take it, and I love giving it out because it's so over the top, and I can. And there's a lot of content for me to do that with, like, oh, I'm the best fucking Scrabble player on the fucking face of the earth, or this is the greatest shot in the history of humankind. It's just like so over the top. Like, who talks like that? You're playing about a mini game, but to me, it's very, very funny. And if I watch my streams in the past when I watch the shit talking, and it is so funny. It's it like enhances it because we're playing this little mini game. And I'm just like, oh, that was the worst fucking shot I've ever seen. It's very much like when you watch William Montgomery and he's like, what? Who said that? Who said that? No, bitch, who said that? No, bitch, you want to come up here? Fuck you. That's, like when he does that, he's just like so over the top. It's very much like that. It's very funny. And, but, well,
I agree.
I'll say this. At any time that ever offends you, I'll ever do you blow a whistle, you throw a flag, will correct myself. And I'm very good at general,
I doubt that'll happen.
not making this again. And if I didn't think you could take it, I wouldn't do it. Like with the Zoot, do I do it to Zoot? Not like you. Not like
I'm sure Zeus all friendly.
yeah, but
I'm trying to hurt him or just chirping.
well, like with Jacob. Like I don't know Jacob as well. That's why I'm giving you tons of shit, and I don't really give you shit because I want to warm. I wanted to warm up more than just be like, oh, that was the absolute dog shit shot I've ever seen. This is absolutely bullshit that you even try to contend with the world's greatest mini golf player. Like, who the fuck are you? Shut the fuck up. Like, that's what anybody can say. When you get to know me, you recognize that this is someone who can be humble and can be kind, but also can be extremely cocky and extremely confident. And if you let them go, it's actually a really fun. It's a really funny show that they'll put on to just tell you how good they are at some minute little activity. So I'm glad you get it, and I do it even when you're not here on the stream. I do it all the time. Oh, I didn't tell you this. This is something that I thought you might think is I don't know. So this was a stand-up joke that I thought of that I've never heard anybody say, but I'm sure someone said it. But it just was like a little quip. It's not that funny, but it was this. So there's a summer and a winter Olympics. But why aren't there a spring and fall Olympics? And then you go into what sports would be spring and fall sports. And I thought that was kind of funny. You even laughed at it. It's like a funny thing. So so
Can you do an improv minute on that right now?
yeah, I could. So there's Summer Olympics, of course. There's a Winter Olympics, of course. But I thought to myself, why isn't there a Spring Olympics or a Fall Olympics? Naturally, some of the fall sports that we might see are American football and maybe perhaps rugby. But what would we have in the spring? There might be gardening. There might be rainfall precipitation measuring. You could potentially have who can pollinate the most amount of flowers. In the fall, you could have who could harvest the most. You could have like farmers involved who could grow the biggest crop, who could harvest the most amount of pumpkins. You could have pumpkin carving as a fall holiday. You could certainly have who could scare the most amount of people, or who could make the largest Thanksgiving dinner. You certainly in the spring could have who could potentially be able to have the best opportunity to find the most amount of sunshine. It's a tough one. There's not as much to do in the spring, it seems like, in terms of fall. So that got me to thinking we need more spring sports, more things that you do in the spring. It's like all of a sudden there's the sun and it's warmer and everybody's happier, but we don't have any sports to play. So, with that being said, I feel like we should invent some new spring sports to correlate with the fall sports. There you go.
Yeah, it's really, I like the ending. That's pretty fun.
So,
Very good.
I have this thing. I think it's really funny. So, like literally from the moment I wake up, and I've been doing this at work, right? But I don't have my life. Okay, so when I wake, I say a quick prayer, call the Lord on, it's something that Orthodox Jews right about awake. And then I go to wash. And when I wash, I always make a joke about, and I've told you this before, but basically, like, I imagine like there are like an announcer and a play-by-play guy, and they're talking about me like an athlete. And I'll say like, "Look at this footwork! Look at the agility out of this person! This is unprecedented agility. This is an incredible phenom that we're seeing here." And then I'll go and watch and do whatever. And then when I'm resetting my stream, because it's so mundane, I I'll be like, look at this. Like sometimes I'll have to go like where I am here, and I have to like stretch over here to like mess with that computer. I'll be like, look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented athleticism. We've never seen a stretch like this before in the history of humankind. We have never seen a stretch like this before. There's so much sexiness that is oozing out of this person. It is unprecedented that we have the opportunity to witness this. This would be like if Will Chamberlain had sex with Babe Zacharias, Babe Zacharias on the 50-yard line of Dallas Stadium on the 4th of July, 1975. This is like if we had an orgy at the Olympic Olympic what do you call that thing? Olympic where all the Olympic athletes go. Uh, called Olympic. Yo, dog, what's that thing where they have all the Olympic athletes? Olympic something. It's like where they all like meet and like meet each other. The reason why I say this, uh, is uh, because I said dog. So what do you call that part of the Olympics where all the athletes meet and they eat? It has a name, and sometimes they hook up with each other there. It's called Olympic Village. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's a lot of sex in Olympic Village. It's like a well-known thing with a lot of people. And I don't know. And I joke to myself, but then it moved into what I'm talking to people. Like, I have to be extremely cocky, confident, and such. Anyway, I think it's hilarious. And right, I'm glad you get my humor. And I'm glad that you're my friend. And 12 hours can go by really quickly. And come back whenever you want. You know that,
Yeah, man, you saw that message that I sent you.
okay?
There's this video, this game show that I found. I've seen it before, but I watched it for the first time yesterday. This thing is fucking, it's so bad. It's the most boring show ever. It's 5 hours long, and it's like it's just so mundane. I mean, you get good at it.
There's a couple.
Eventually, like, and sometimes like 90% of it. It's literally that. It's just like you there's a bunch of pictures that just come up, and you have the person that puts in the picture. It's literally like self. It's like horse, cat, dog, turtle, and you're playing against some person. I think I was actually video. It's so bad, unentertaining.
I
It's horrible.
I played it.
Believe it.
I played a game like that with people you didn't do like on Sunday, where they just would show you a picture, but it was a hand drawn picture. It wasn't like a picture like this, and you had to guess what it was. Whoever could do it fastest. Okay.
I like the game where you have to hand draw and a bunch of people are guessing. That one's fun.
You fucking love Pictionary, don't you?
Whatever you draw one and you draw one and have to guess that one's fun. Yeah. This game sucks. The game show.
Okay, well, I haven't message as of yet, so I'm glad I saw it now. And I see you sent me. What's the Coca-Cola thing? Oh, the guy who remade the Coca-Cola. It took him a year, and then the thing about the scanners. So I will do my best to check it out when I have time. But
Yeah, no, really.
so again, thank you. I hope yellow is.
So,
Never known anybody. Is that the end of your story, dude? I have this fucking.
Friction coming.
2 minutes later. Out of fighting. It's very healthy. He's very intelligent guy. He also does a lot of things. He's very proactive about it. Even like I've just seen him on social media where he's like, "Hey guys, this is what I do." Like it's just like a very, it's very positive. It's scenario for me. I know they're going to be really all-time who has a significant happy life outside of it. It's great. Before. It was just this incredible challenge. He was really good at it. And a way to express himself that way. That was a legend. Like a tragedy. I would have to tell people. Like, I don't know, it's like, sort of, it's not, miles, 170. He's fast. Straight. owns the carry shop in the 1930s. Where did you get these? These are primary numbers. Yeah. Was went to the site where they got it. Bipedal, upright, walking private. So I'm sure you see an image of it. And so that thing existed, and also existed in Asia, right? So you look at that straight, existed during the Ice Age, and so we know that migrated from Siberia to North America. Yeah. So the Mormon guy found out that incorrect. Now there.
Right? How are you? Well, I've been up all night with Nigel. We spent 12 hours today. Yeah, it's fun. We'll sleep over there. Did you have coffee? You drink coffee? Yeah. Yeah, perhaps they just prayed, and I'm in the middle of a Twitter space. I'm watching. Roxanne,
I appreciate it, Mr. Corey. I hope you have a wonderful day. God bless. You get a nice day. Yes.
places that this creature gets occasions. They used to think it was like this. Because of the discovery within very small creature type of thing was probably the other places as well. And there's a possibility. And it's not it might still be because you're dealing with incredibly small populations. Those islands are so small. Like how population one's going like that. Weird. No, there's no one. I mean, it's 100 yards away. You might see get it off whatever. So again, but finding that's what the tribes was that contacted tribes. It was like crap. He's out. Somebody running. I was 10 days in the jungle. Right. Not even stories. Music. Stream. I feel like somehow it's like two. It's like I was years ago. 20 civilization. You know, so right now, yes, that's like crazy. You know, they have no idea, and with the women, and they pulled up all the. So for a second,
Goliath, indicate and shun a whole bunch of things. No good reason to do that. So in that time, you were talking the great monarch, the king of the time, the king of Germany. You were talking about the way of the area of France and Germany, where we would be focusing on. But it's all to connect Spain and North Africa, that the Crusaders uniquely the issue of France and Germany. There was a great strong king of France, Henry V. He was the king of Germany. Germany. And his rival was basically was called Urban II in that time. And Urban thought of a good plan in order that he should be able to finally get victory over the king, which was to unite all Christian believing people throughout the world, even throughout the control place of the church, to unite them against one thing. Use words when you unite people against something, work up difference and people get more into it. With that, against to overthrow the government. The opportunity for this came up when there was a certain Peter who was residing in Heritage at the time came along and gave some terrible news of Christian people being tormented, being harassed by the Muslims who controlled Jerusalem and Israel at large. This gave the opportunity to go and get everybody who was going into a war to their best and achieve into a holy to free the holy city, to free Jerusalem from unbelievers, from infidels, from the Muslims, and to gain freedom for those poor people, the poor Christian people living there. They promised a mixture of two things which guaranteed their success. Number one, money. They would join in the crusade, would be good in the booty, would to plunder everything that everybody and everything that they got. Number two, you give them a spiritual incentive. If you join the crusade, you will have salvation. You will be saved in the next world. All your sins will be forgiven, and it will be that. So you're done in this world. You can wait for the next world. An opportunity. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this world and the next. This is what wonders. This is what wonders. And we'll see soon on. The name Crusade came about because they would make a ceremony with a cross, and therefore in Hebrew it's known as Masa and Solo. The travel of the cross. They say the travels of the cross. That's what's known as the English Crusade. For the word the cross. Masa, Masa is the travel. And so they had a whole ceremony where they would do the cross, whatever it was, and that's where the name Crusade came from. Now it's interesting that in the beginning, the Jews did not by this whole thing. They thought that, maybe even rightly so, this was just to be something that they were to be expected to feed them. People would be traveling through their towns, to facilitate this week. They were going to Israel. They were traveling to Jerusalem. Something didn't have anything to do with that. But unfortunately, they made a mistake. Reasons for which they were mistaken were lost. By the way, so I had reason to be feel safe because there was a whole segment of society who was against these people, which was a segment of the government. Anything like this happening. And what that name was happening was the most plan. What was behind this This is going to be unbelievable. Only causes which have to be accomplished over here. If we're going to conquer Jerusalem away from those non-believers who are tormenting the believing people, then why not kill the real infidels, the real culprits, who are the ones who killed the Messiah, who are the ones who avenge his blood, etc. All the fanaticism that these people are symptoms, the massive warfare by the monks and by the priests. There's a tremendous opportunity, and it happens. Nobody's going to save them, nobody really going to stand up for them, as we will see was true. Which was also a very great reason why the Crusades turned into what it was, is because the economy of France and Germany was equal. No, but there was nothing. France were better. There was a real long time. Plenty of poverty. There was plenty of who weren't making it in life at all. And there's a golden opportunity. There's riches there, there's fame there, there's power, so much weight. The funds, all the criminals, everybody who had lived history, who were suddenly going to become it. This is who joined, and they had only 300,000 such people joined. And the result was, since you think the Crusades weren't such people, nobody was able to stop them, not even the Roman generals, because when they ran their own show, they were simply innocent people, just what Paul didn't have any particular motive to begin with, and also they would fall on for the wrong reason as well, for the Jews being so vulnerable. The reason why the Jews of Germany are mistaken was because this King Henry went to live in Italy after the time he lived, and he lived most of the time. He left control of the country through the ministers who had what came from the country many circumstances totally getting things problems into control when it came to it. And we'll see that this is exactly what happened. And he was he bribed him with 500 silver pieces not to walk in peace and to dedicate him to bribery work to him, not for his people, not for the fellows, not for the fellows who decided to follow him. The mob did not necessarily enter Germany. And they went into a number of Jewish cities, which were essentially Jewish communities who they yeshivas. And the main happenings that we could say of the Crusaders had pretty much had. The first city, the major city they came into was a city called a number of sort of names. It's known as some places by Shpina in many of the military Shpina. I think it was Shpina. They came to there, and it was a Shabbos, the 8th day of the year. By the way, many of the Crusaders transpired between Pesach and Shavuos. One great tragedy of Shavuos is the day of the year of which it was Shabbos. And they often they think that the Shabbos, as we know, Europe, they knocked themselves, they killed themselves behind doors on the shore, managed to the wall. They broke over, they to defend themselves after the oil broke in and started killing people. But they managed to kill about 10 people, with the suicides not to fall into their hands. And in the last minutes, this is something interesting that there was a John who was very faithful to agree to the king, and found that actually not listening to the most piety in the city of Spire. He came running with his army and spread to disperse them. Obviously, his army being a proper army, and they were able to fight off them. They were obviously very frustrated. Yes, because of it, because he didn't want these people in his place in his country. The mob was given the punishment to that because arms were cut off, which was nice for him. And he actually told his friends he gave refuge to the Jews of the community. So if anything else would happen, they would be safeguarded. They trampled upon was words in Germany. That was a city with Rothschild, posts. They came down to make them once again baptize some went to hiding. Some couldn't stand to be cast and really this was also actually by there was a very rich woman who was called Mina. In particular, Mina was dragged out of her hiding place. They dragged her out of her place as she was killed. For this occasion, touch to do such a thing to betray the Almighty. It's an example for everybody. If she was able to do it, she was rich, she giving up. Was not so much. I mean, if she was living, she would be a rich woman, and actually gave it up. Was a which pretty much everybody followed. There was a horrific story with it. There was refuge in the palace of a certain cardinal. This cardinal was, I guess, a nice guy, and he gave it to refuge. One day he came into them and he said, "Sorry, guys, the refuge is over. You got to you're basically I'm giving you the same ultimatum. I think you baptize them. They were in a they asked him to be secluded for himself, just to came back a while on every one of them. As always, stories of Jewish resistance and Jewish resilience. An account of a boy called Simcha Kohen, who was dragged out of his hiding and was taken to the church to be baptized. And he made as if he was going along with him, and in the middle of it, pulled out the knife and stabbed the bishop. And he was obviously immediately torn to pieces. So that was a great display of self-sacrifice that he had. Next, the city, which there is great record of most unfortunate slaughter, is Mainz or Mainz. There was a man who was called Kleinimus ben Meshul. This Kleinimus gathered within 300 Jews who were to defend the people. They did put up a resistance for a while, were successful. Sooner or later, it was obvious that they were going to fail. Kleinimus related to the rights of the Crusaders. He slaughtered his own son, Joseph, and the fathers slaughtered their children. And the famous Epistle which we read on Tisha B'Av, which we read on the 9th of Av, which says, you know, merit to learning of Torah, let us to give you to offer you offerings as korbanos, as sacrifices, and kill them as sacrifices for the sake. Many thousands died in Mainz and were buried in 9 great pits. Altogether, there were about 10,000 Jews who perished in the First Crusade, about 10,000 numbering many different towns, Cologne, Caer, Gilden, different other towns and cities in Germany. Totally everything the families crushed without anything. The Crusaders actually, for 87 years, just a bit of history, there was a period of 87 years had their own sovereignty, had their own rule in Jerusalem, and obviously they did not let any Jew anywhere near Jerusalem, and even when they did, with very heavy taxes and only allowed them to live in a small area in a small corner of the town. There were 2 things we could say which were the legacy of the Crusaders. There was obviously more than one Crusade. I believe about 5 Crusades. The later ones, however, not as gruesome as the first ones. But the legacy that they all left was, number one, Jerusalem. Everybody, whoever it was, who was able to get up, destroy them. There would not be, at the end of the day, anything to stop anybody from destroying Jews, revealing Jews, or robbing Jews. Every meeting the field collapsed right in front of them when it was tried. The other legacy, which we could even see something obviously very hurtful, but something extremely deep and powerful, was the legacy of Messiah's message of self-sacrifice. This was a great display of self-sacrifice of Jews who committed suicide, not only that, but maybe something complex groups of crusades. There were obviously some very horrible and terrible images or scenes of self-sacrificing, mutilating, and so on, torture. It was different to the next crusades because those who conducted the crusade were more the noblemen, in quotes, the noblemen, not the fanatic, more bloodthirsty as the radicals, but they were recognized as superiors, as we saw the crusade at the beginning didn't listen. They were the fanatic to their leaders, to their generals. These who were to be in order as the was by Germany and so on, just to turn England to form orders. So there was a little safekeeping as far as the government was concerned. As we said, the governors were totally against the Crusaders. So therefore, when the Crusaders wanted to come and to destroy Jewish communities and were safe in the next Crusades, and because of the governors that again, there was some terrible things going on, similar to the first Crusade. We've got to remember as well, besides the Crusaders, when we're talking here, we're talking here in the era, as we said, of the 12th or 13th century, primitive, these are the days of the Knights, the Dark Ages. Everybody was a little bit familiar with everything, whereas as much as possible, entered to the scene of these ages, although these were, these were ages where the stage was right before things as likely as stop, which has been referred to in Hebrew, something which was rapid among many, many places at the time, and again, throughout France, Germany, and the region, and even later on, as we know, reached the Muslim communities, we'll see much later. But this was perfect. The Jews needed to have Christian blood for the purpose of Passover, and they would kill the innocent Christian child, and this was the time to avenge the blood of the savior as well as the blood of the child who was killed every year because of the need of the Jews to kill Christians. The greatest absurdity is that the Jews has walked the Torah 19 times never to partake in any blood, but this was the truth and the reality of the Middle Ages. One of the most horrible conflicts was one in a place called Royce, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, France. There were 40 Jews in that place who, after a kind of funeral, after great interference from great pressure from Jewish communities and even other communities around, and these 40 Jews were sentenced to be burned alive, which was burned with the announcing the Shema, which was something which was very relevant throughout ages when the Jew would always done, especially to help push the rectification of they would always tie with a Shema on his lips, the Olean prayer. If you have read the Olean prayer, very moving and also very sharp, which thanks the Almighty for not making us like those other nations and willing to not. So, obviously, this was the reason for which they were being killed, because they would have accepted Christianity. This would not have been happening to them. And they died by saying the Shema and Olean. You can imagine what kind of life Jews lived in those days, in those places. It was a constant life of terror. There were always attacks. We were stressing up the Crusaders were something major, which shook us at that time, and something which therefore shook terribly the Jewish people. However, we must get the picture before the broader scene as the Jew living in the town or in the city in these places. There was a constant terror. He was utterly vulnerable. He wrote the was going to be the next ruler. Whenever there was a question of who was going to be the next nobleman, bishop, or cardinal, there was always terror, there was always fear, because what kind of a person is this going to be? Is it going to be the element of the Jews? Well, it's not totally not. So this was the kind of life that Jews were living in anyway. It's more the picture we have to the Middle Ages and the kind of life that people were living. And hence the feeling towards the Jews. An external fact was at this time, which is usually ironically, persecution did not deter the Jews from learning, opening yeshivas, how much difficulty they were in, those steadfast to learning and to thriving in the Torah, and it produced some of the greatest Jews that we know today, that, as we've said many times, and constantly are alive today. They are constantly on the lips of thousands and tens of thousands of Jews throughout the world who learn the Talmud. And so what we're talking specifically here, the badly Tosfos, those who wrote the Tosfos. Tosfos literally means additions. And these are, if you look at a page of Talmud, you will see on the inner margin, the center of the book, it is Rashi's commentary. Think of the Talmud in the middle, and on the left, on the right side page, and on the side of the left hand page, Rashi's commentary. On the outermost margin, towards the outside of the book, you have most volumes of Talmud, the Tosfos. Tosfos, the editions, they were written by many Tosfos. Some of them were grandchildren of Rashi, some of the Rashi's grandchildren. Over here, and just explain terms and differences of learning and a little bit appreciate what's going on here. Surviving in Ashkenazim, there's difference between Jews who are up until today. Survived in Spain, Ashkenazim, Germany, as well as of learning, aside for the customs, aside for the which were accepted. There was also different styles of learning, and this is quite widespread until today. The Ashkenazic circles are more into the meaning of the Talmud itself. When the Talmud says something, what does it mean? What is the understanding of these words? Rashi's commentary was extremely influential because there's no printing, there's used a lot of knowledge, and if you don't have that knowledge, or you couldn't have that knowledge, you couldn't learn it. That's it. Tosfos takes the knowledge many times. Rashi's commentary, it's just many of Tosfos, as explained, such and such is the meaning of the Talmud. Well, the Rabbi that to them, arguing with this, some other before argues with this. There is another side of argument, a different explanation. But the explanation is better, and so on and so forth. That is the style of the Ashkenazi. That's a usually always deeper into the meaning of the Talmud. The commentaries which commented on the so they started with this usually way of learning. That's not absolute, obviously. Sort of, one could say as a general guideline, was a little more varied to the it was a question of putting together the Talmud in a way that would come down to practical, even hypothetical. That's what the difference is between the issues. So, Tosfos was a man called Rabbi. It's a moral time. And when it speaks about Father Jacob, so it says, the ocean was a simple, straightforward individual. Yeshua called him, he sat in the tents of learning, as opposed to Esau. Esau was a cunning individual. So, well, it's contrast of Yaakov and Yaakov was called simplistic, straightforward. Yaakov was a great person. He got the name, straightforward, simplistic in his piety, in his greatness, which was a sort of comparison to Yaakov, to our forefather Jacob. Was grandson of Rashi. It's actually an interesting story which they tell. When they have mentioned once the Rabbi was a little boy, and he was sitting with his grandfather, and he was a little boy, and as little boys do, he was fidgeting around, and he was wearing tefillin. And it was the custom of Rashi to wear tefillin, maybe even a toast as well, but to wear tefillin all day, as was the custom of the great, not just the davening, we can wear tefillin all day because we cannot hold ourselves in the sanctity that tefillin demands. We wear tefillin only for prayer, for davening, whether the great ones tefillin all day. And Rabbeinu Tam is a little child, a little Yaakov wrapped up his grandfather's tefillin from his head. Rashi looked down and said that he is destined to argue with me as to the notions of right to live. There is a argument as to exactly how to explain a certain Talmud. Pieces of parchment are supposed to be situated in the tefillin. Very good. It says something. The question is what it means. Which they're pointing to, in my best, it follows the one that Rashi, however, Rabbi Tam did argue with it because the tradition said that if somebody is not fearing it, to the possibilities, he should also put on Rabbeinu clothes to fill it. And that's what you will see many people with the pairs of tefillin. Rashi said of tefillin, and Rabbeinu Tam said of tefillin. The Rebbe encouraged this very strongly. All those who obviously if you've already put in a long time, it should be in a comparable thing. Rashi and Rabbeinu Tam. Rabbeinu Tam turned out to be his generation, the greatest of his generation. He was the leader of the Jews in the entire France. In general, he was a richer man. He was a quite wealthy person. But in 1147, there was a crusade, and they fell on attacked Rabbeinu Tam. They took everything they isolated him physically. They stabbed him in many places. They destroyed the Sefer Torah that belonged to him, and he was only saved by a certain knight who was riding, and for the price of a very expensive horse that Rabbeinu Tam promised him, he subsided the wolves and he chased them away, saving Rabbeinu Tam's life. Rabbeinu Tam was looked at, as we said, in the entire region, the greatest authority in Torah. Questions and was sent to France, and it was definitely seen as the leader. He had been quite fortunate to his life. That's what you mentioned before this. And Rabbi made a tremendous effort to save these Jews, and when all the efforts were futile, and the Jews were burned alive, he passed away only a few days after in the year 1171. He was born in 1170. Sorry, he was born in 1120, I believe. And they passed away in 1171. Actually, it was zero birth, sorry. Zero birth. Something else that had been adopted in his lifetime was he made a fasting. The chanting of Sipa was created as a fasting because it was a one of the great tragedies of the Crusades, the 20th of Sipa. And he created that day, I think that was the day actually of the release of the bloodline. He created that day as a feast day. Until today, there are some people who actually observe this fast day, but still there is liturgy full of the terrible tragedies that happened during those years. And that was the basis of the Rabbi. Another example of this sort of times Jews were living in was the example of the burning of the Talmud. You had monks who were fanatic and there was a constantly reaching to the masses to be faithful and to be probably faithful to the Christian way, and started build up against the Jewish against the Talmud. It was one of the started with these people. This man in 1240 brought a computation to the against the Talmud. Saying that the Talmud is one of the things which shows the Christian religion. He's saying against the Christians, and he insisted on an argument, a debate between himself and between four other rabbis. Was heavily represented by the non-cultural Israelis. There was also one of the scholars of the time. Obviously, any one of these debates, which there were a number of, as we'll see later on, there were a number of these so-called debates that were extremely throughout history. Always they were single-sided. It was only used to make accusations against the Jews. In the year 1242, one Shabbos, documented the Friday of which was the Shabbos, as the Persian forecast 24 kilometers, the cartoons of volumes of Talmud that were taken from any house, house of study from every shul that were loaded up onto the cathedral, and the monks agreed to ceremony for obviously the Talmud was illegal, and anybody caught reading Talmud would be punished. Rothschild was another mayor of Rothschild in Germany, who made a lot of states also very great. some the Bible especially want to introduce something because we're coming to this right now. Two very important terms. Ratio and root. The ratio means first. What means most. Those ratio we went through and they are called title in was the one who was in the yeshiva in Babylon at the center of Torah for hundreds of years, and each generation was the boy. We had such a famous one, Sad and Goy. Those were the Goy. After the center of Torah in Babylon sort of died out, and the Jewish center went to other places as we went through. Period started, which is referred to in our contemporary Shaitan. Shaitan are the early books, the first books that goes to the Talmud and explained it through works about the Talmud, all the Talmud, and through works on making out the law. First time it's just the that we get in this Shaitan. It's relative to the Torah the later books. And the difference between Hebrew Shaitan and Hebrew probably needs to be understood more interestingly enough. Sanctity. If you go to any yeshiva, if somebody who wants to explain it, he said, in normal way, very often means maybe you don't think words of English, what very showing goes through the terms. Other places are research and maybe books. Some are other groups that will be very everybody's. And all these people are doing it. We're going to talk about it's to be no sanctity. So any words that we said were not only to be understood as lies, but to be understood as more truthful. To illustrate this. So the reader is wanting those the Tanya, the context is proof from the truth of this proof seemed to be something very not a good proof. So okay to the ultimate. Why couldn't you bring the proof from some other places which seem to be much stronger than this proof that he brought, The Alter Rebbe said, you're right. And the Alter Rebbe brought, I believe, the Zohar brought 4 proofs from the Torah. virtuous out. He said, no. The man was only in the middle. The Rishonim were only. The Rishonim walked into the Talmud, so to say. It was like walking for them. It was like walking into a created room. Into a room which was lights on. Immediately, you see what's going on. You don't have to go through the process of elimination. You just have to go through the object and take it. The ones who are after the Rishonim who are business entity, we go into the Talmud and going into a dark room. It's not so easy to get in a dark room to where you want to. It's a process of elimination. If you something is the right thing, you know you have to go to the next thing. Until you get to the right thing, it takes a lot of time. To understand Torah in its truth, a person understands Torah more accurately and goes immediately to the true understanding of Torah being Hashem's knowledge of Hashem. To become godly, the more godly the individual is, the more pure, pristine, and truthful their understanding of Torah. And this is true throughout, but especially evident in commentary of the Talmud itself. When you're sitting in front of a week, 200, 300 years ago, there's something which was written 700 or 800 years ago, there was a very big difference. A very big difference in how they're treated. Nobody today is able, so to say, to argue with every shade. There's no arguing with every shade. Every shade says something. You can understand it. You can say that other shade didn't go down that road, and therefore we won't rule that shade down that road. Because you can, brother said, you see that today you cannot argue with every shade. You will hear it. He used you can use the basis of understanding in the original use these words and not other words. There must be a meaning to the definition, right? Maybe on something which would be unclear. So those are the two points that we showed him. And the line with showing him and the other begin is sort of we could say that the time of the Rishonim dated about 500 years ago, when the compilation they say that maybe the Arab was sort of in between those that time the era was sort of in between the line between the Rishonim and the Thoranim. A shattering event, which was through the Jewish world at that time, which is Maimonides had written, as we know, many books. The major work of the Mishnah Torah, which we spoke of, goes through the entire law in its alphabet. But he wrote a number of other works. One of them was the Moira the Guide into the Perplexed. Rambam lived in an age when we have learned about the Rambam, when philosophy was at the top of the line, where, Plato and Aristotle were the stars of the day, literally. So everybody respected themselves reading philosophy, the arts, and it was a very rich time in the non-Jewish world, I suppose, but into the era we're talking in now, when things were extremely dark and primitive that way. And the era and also the place in the world, you see, the Rambam lived in the early countries, the Christian countries, in direct contrast at that time to the Islamic countries, so very, very much towards them, so to say. The Rambam and Rabbi sort of the same. This being Europe, this being France and Germany, is usually quoted in Tyson's. They do quote Rabbi side by side with came the influence of philosophy, together with terror and its methods. It was one of the most an era of the see this whole story in him. He visited this place and he said, all to fill in too much of it going on in these places. It just didn't bother putting up mezuzahs, putting lots of them. It was the kind of place that didn't look like climate that this was happening in. He was talking about actually, he was talking about Spain. But to this other France also, that's the thing about it. It had their source, development Israel, from but it's talked about students were the Raven and the Bauer player. That's a very great solos that I from being the chief critic of the Rambam and the Bauer also. Alevi, who was also a great critic and wrote halachic works. So the books of the Rambam reach these places, and the scholars, all the leaders of the Jews didn't especially in the guide to the reflects because it's not that the Rambam seemingly takes apologetic stance towards philosophy, towards the sciences, explaining everything, all the mitzvahs, in light of the sciences, in light of philosophy, especially Greek and this kind of virgin was something that they were the great in other places, especially in Israel and France, were very nervous of because with this traditional way to relate to Judaism was of something which goes above, beyond the limitations of the mind, or the mind dictates. We all know that the mind dictates is quite limited as far as human experience is concerned. We don't function because of mathematics. There's a deeper in the human being which drives them to be fatal. And Judaism, which is purely a product of evil, is Judaism at all. And therefore, there became the honesty of the Rambam and of the works of the Rambam. Studying such an approach, which is part of things in these books. The Jews, they loved it. They didn't get enough of the work. It was all translated from Arabic into different languages. And the artist, the Rambam was extremely great, especially in Spain. But as we said, in Spain, we'll get to Spain probably next year, let's say, but in Spain it was very similar, climate very similar to the Jews had rights and some very rich, very influential, very powerful. That's what helped me on a intellectual level. It was also that way, and the Jews were great philosophers, some great doctors. And this is they already strict down observance because all this stuff can go with observance. It's very large place and being open-minded and enlightened doesn't go together with being free. As they say, with being religious, with being pious. And so you can associate very questions against the Rabbi. This was something that structurally Jewish culture was the people who grew up on this philosophy and the Rabbinists. Of usage that was the communication asked for him forgiveness of his name, but he didn't manage to do that. He did, however, write a book which is very well known, the Shari Teshuva, the return. Shari Teshuva, Rabbeinu Yehuda, Shari Teshuva, it's a return, one of the earliest books written about Teshuva, a product of his. So to say, is a journey into Teshuva, return to Hashem. This was some of the highlights of what was going on at that time. But that's always the history must be understood. These were the highlights, these were the high points, some of the low points, we say. But we've got to understand the general picture was very important for this time. The many other great Jews, the Ramban, the Nachman, central figure, the Jews of Spain, and what happened in the end. Jewish history at this time. We are coming to the culmination of an era which we spoke of last time. We introduced the term at the time, the Rishonim. The Rishonim were those who, we shall say, started the end of the Galonic period. Behind the Galonim in Babylon, those who led the yeshivas in Babylon, and then you have the Rishonim, the early Jews, who commented on the Talmud and down Jewish tradition throughout the ages until about this time, which we would call probably the 14th century, probably by the 15th century. We're going to run through now some of the great Rishonim, some of the great ones, in quotes, who lived in Spain and really mark on Jewish learning and Jewish living up to this day. Their names and their legacy lives with us right up until this day, as I mentioned on a number of occasions. Now, what is unique as well about this which we get into the title is there's also the parallels in the learning and the also practice of Kabbalah, the hidden elements and secrets of the Torah started to become common, more common than it was in earlier times. And we'll get back to that. That gets called the literature which we're talking primarily of Spain. We went through the other times of the story, the Crusaders, the Jews, the Jewish story, the unfortunate Jewish story at that time. We're going to now focus on Spain. The era really that also led to the Spanish Inquisition. We're going to focus on next week the decline of Spanish during its most unfortunate fashion. Let's start with somebody who I should even say history receives a chapter on its own. We went through by all of these and those mentioned is the next character, the next great leader, a leader to himself, somebody who really is a great leader. His name is somewhat similar to what we call Maimonides. Maimonides is known as the Rambam. Moshe ben Maimon in that Ramban with at the end Ramban, not Maimonides, but Nachmanides. His father was called Nachman. He spelled the same name as the Ramban, Moshe. So it's Moshe ben Nachman, Ramban. Ramban was born in the year 1195, and his upbringing education was very, very special, was very unique. We didn't go through it another time. The differences of style and methods of learning in different yeshivas and different academies that existed at the time. And Spain, the Spanish, Spain is Sephardic way of learning, which focused primarily on getting to down to the Halacha, which is personified by the two major works, First, we've been through, which he wrote. He was the first one who sort of codified the Talmud, deleting all the backwards and forwards and focusing on the actual law of the first Jewish law per se, work that collected Halacha, and then Rabbi. He was a Sephardi. He did that tremendous work of collecting Halacha. That was the style of learning in the Sephardic yeshivas. And you had France and Germany, whose way of learning was personified by Rashi and Rabbi. The editions of Taisvis, who we went through, we studied them closely. They focused greatly on the meaning of the Talmud. What does the Talmud mean in this passage? How we can understand this? Not necessarily having to do with actual. There's obviously not fine. Obviously, everybody was concerned with the law. That goes without saying. Everybody was concerned about how it means and what the shat is. However, shat means very concerned here. Then there was the south of France. The south of France, we went through previous very occupied with philosophy. They were very occupied with the Rambam's worded of complex, very busy with trying to unite and connect philosophy and Torah. This was something they were very into. Studied all three. He was student of all three of them, and he ended up in his works being schools of thought because he was educated in each one of them. Ramban was a doctor, a professor, and that was contribution. I believe in the south of France when he learned they were interested in uniting the sciences and the material. That's what he was doing as well. I wrote a number of great books. First, list is a book called That's a pretty big book. What was he fighting? Well, it is very exciting. Looking at all the image number, printed in the very same style as a page of this print. Very familiar. It's called because it's only something very cool. There is decided. He sifted through the Talmud, decided that the book would be a holy school that he understood to be correct, and put down the rules that he found in the Talmud. Who is the Talmud so clear to what kids have to use? Sometimes to use genius to know what they call them by the Talmud has given on a certain Talmud. But this is not the big thing. Obviously, not everybody would agree with everything he said. he has down to the side of China. So you have a chief critics of all periods, and they printed on your page during this Rahman made it his mission to defend the decree from his critics, from the Baal, and from the riot. He wrote a book called Mohammed Hashem defending the decree against his who wanted to criticize him. Who was not like himself. He really opened a page of it. It's quite exciting is to see who is looking after who. Why does he see him to be? Why does the Muhammad see him to be great? That's interesting. What Rabbi wrote was the meaning of having choice. The meaning of having choice. The counting the mitzvahs. This is an interesting idea. The Talmud says the Gemara says there are 613 mitzvahs. This is something very well known. Not very well known is it's quite a difficult task to actually figure out which ones of the commandments in the Torah are individual mitzvahs. For example, there are a number of kinds of sacrifices of corpus. The Torah has a whole very detailed, this is the primary subject of the book of Vayikra, Leviticus, how exactly is the korban, how exactly is the offering meant to be up to Hashem. So the details in every one, there's a sin offering, there's a peace offering, oikos, shalim, atos, various offerings. We consider the individual mitzvahs of every offering. So we consider them individual mitzvahs. So for example, you have a sin offering, there's let's say 5 details, mitzvahs that Hashem says, do this, do that, do the other, 5 others. Do we consider that to be mitzvahs? How do we say that? There is the mitzvah that a person needs to bring sin offering, he brings the sin offering. He's got to do it in a certain way. And the Torah tells you how to do it. So it's actually a mitzvah. Maimonides makes the count, and his count of the mitzvahs, Maimonides considers it to be one mitzvah. You see, the problem is that there are many commandments in the Torah, much more than 613. So you've got to generalize, you've got to choose which ones are mitzvahs and which ones are not considered to be more than the 613 mitzvahs. There was the very first person who did this was a man called Shimon of Cairo. Shimon of Cairo in that stands for this means the Lord of the great gods. This is the Lord of the great gods. The great gods. Very early. Those of his times, very early on, he wrote a book about humans. The next one, obviously, another one of Maimonides, was the Rabbi. He wrote a Sefer HaMitzvahs, the book of mitzvahs, which contains the, obviously, the counting of all 613 mitzvahs. The Rabbi wasn't necessarily in agreement to the balance of the Sufferers, not to the Rabbi, and their count of these 613 mitzvahs. The Ramban wrote that the balance of the Sufferers in a greater way than he agreed with the Rabbi. The Ramban had his own way of understanding 613 mitzvahs. He took the Rambam that which the Baal of Allah's Gedolos, and he defended the Baal of Allah's Gedolos on many aspects. So that the book of mitzvahs, the Rambam. Another book he wrote, which is called Torah, on the book of man, the Rambam wrote that's to do with the person passing away, the loss of memory. And the end of that, that's something very fascinating. meeting called Shar HaGabal. Shar HaGabal means the gateway. In other words, the gabal of reward, not just not the donation. It means that which Hashem will return. He will return. In other words, the punish Hashem will give back. And that's actually a very source that we have of what the afterlife will be. We pass away. What will we benefit? Rapidly, we'll say, what is the destiny of the European, the destiny of the world, which is very beautifully dealt with in the Shar HaGabal. However, having said that, those works of Rabbi, the greatest work that Rabbi probably wrote and what was most well done, is his commentary on the Torah. He wrote a commentary, Pirush HaRambam, the commentary of the Rambam on the Torah. Then, he is one of the most early books and major works that many concepts, Kabbalah, the secret parts of the Torah, filter through his commentary on the Torah. The one to many before him wrote things of Kabbalah, but we'll get there later. In fact, the Rabbi, Rothschild became the leader of the Jewish people in Spain, and through that Spain and also Spain itself, throughout the entire region, he was the leader to rule the Jewish people without doubt. He was a number of episodes in his life. One we went through the other time when he tried to make really solid Jewish argument as to the credibility of the Rambam, of Maimonides, and his books. He actually didn't manage to do that. The argument had gotten way too much of it for him to make things along. Another thing that happened in his lifetime was an unfortunate thing in those days is that most Jews were not to debate the Christian clergy. And that was always unfortunate because it was never a debate. Things were predestined, predecided. It was never something that any Jew would ever look forward to because it always ended in riots and pogroms and taking away from the Christian population. An apostate, somebody who betrayed Judaism, was called Pablo Cristiani. Cristiani, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. This Pablo, he approached the king and said, James the First, and the king invited or ordered the Rabbi to come to a debate where he would debate this apostate. The debate would be debate for 4 days. It was very long. In the debate, the Jews were terrified. And they begged the Rabbi to stop, to call the debate short. However, the king was so impressed with the Rambam that he ordered it to carry out. He's very famous for having said that the king, obviously being a devout Christian, said to the Rambam that he was so impressed with him that he's seen somebody did something so wrong so well. This is the Rambam at the end. He sent the Rambam home with tremendous gifts of having displayed such genius, which he could. That's a lot of jealousy and a lot of dread. Obviously, the Christian clergy and leaders, especially from this apostate, from this Pablo, Bishop of Verona in Italy, so impressed, he ordered the Rabbi to write down his piece, which he created. But the clergy and the apostate were so angry that they twisted the king in all sorts of ways and directions. And the end was that the king merely as a display that the book was good, and he had the Ramban exiled from Spain. When he got this order of exile, the Ramban used out the opportunity that the book was already aged, and decided that this would be the time to visit Israel. Now this trip of the Ramban to Israel was a very history. You see, the Ramban to the land of Israel without his family did not want to engage in the sea journey was extremely dangerous. But he did this himself, and he went to the leader that he was. He decided he must revive the Jewish life of Jerusalem. He came to Jerusalem. He did not even find a in the entire Jerusalem. And the Ramban got to work, so he spent 3 years in Jerusalem, which the actual structure of the place of the shul till this day, known in Jerusalem, the Ramban's shul, the shul of the Ramban. Actually, it was destroyed, I believe, in 1948. The original structure was destroyed right at the beginning of 1948. However, they built a structure to compensate for that in the same place. Exactly the name, the Ramban's shul. He gathered the Jews and established Jewish life once again properly. There is this wheel of the Ramban to his son, how he should act probably for Jews to be well. He gets the Ramban, the epistle of the Ramban. We don't know when the Ramban is interned. We don't know his burial places, but reason to think that he passed away and is buried in Israel. The next great Jewish leader of Spanish Jewry was a man known as Rothschild. Rothschild stands for Rabbi ben Adams. We got to remember this was a very good time physically. It could be used very well spiritually. In Spain, there was no difference from Jewish life, Jewish learning, from Jewish advice, and although we mentioned those things, as we say, this is radical, so to say, from being held in Torah. However, many lived around these great Jewish leaders. Much part of it was the Jewish leader. He was a student of Rabbi and of Rabbi who you know, who came across another time. He was born in the year 1235, passed away in 1910 in Barcelona. At the very same time as the Crusaders were going through France and Germany. So it's important. Whilst Jewish communities in France and Germany were suffering because of the Crusaders. Many communities had been decimated, yeshivas had been destroyed. Jewish life and learning was in parallel just disappearing in France and Germany. So at that time, the Jewish place of peace, so to say, where Jews could learn and in Spain. And therefore, the Jewish leadership leadership, not just of surviving during Sephora of Spain, but also of the Jews of France and Germany who many letters that he gave and that would come to receive his advice and his teachings. There are also very key books. Books about every yeshiva, every house should have the books, the books of the Rabbi. The Rothschild is a hierarchy. You say around the novelties of the Rothschild, I mean, the commentary on the Talmud, as well as showcase on Rothschild. The Rothschild, one of the very books of principles, essentially with a lot of questions, with questions of the face, his answers to them. Much of Jewish history, we should know, is linked to these responses from the books of responses such as the Rothschild. When people write of a certain situation, they describe the situation where these Jews forget where that is coming from. It's a very, very important, not only the perspective which they are, but also from a historical perspective. His life was very important thing with me through the community and conducting a lot of cases. He really taken over life for the time. There was one event in the days of the Rothschild which had to do with studying philosophy. In days in Spain, it was very common. It was the in thing to study philosophy. People delved into Greek philosophy and to many other things. And the Rothschild sensed, the danger in this. People were learning philosophy, and this was subsiding also things that a Jew should have and should live by. With the humanity, as we said many times, it does not mean at all that there is a philosophical logic to the regards of it. It is wisdom of Hashem, and therefore it's greatness with Jewish. The Jews cannot live properly as a Jew just with philosophical logic, because it makes sense, because it works on an intellectual basis. That's why we do it. With his soul, which connects to his friends, to the interest of the Father, and so on. And people were sort of drifting into a different direction. The rational senses, and being in the position that he was, he made a pact, he made a decree that nobody should learn study philosophy until they are 25 years of age, which would make sure that they had studied properly in the yeshiva or with the rabbi, and only then when they have filled themselves with the knowledge of Torah, would they be able to learn to delve into other wisdoms. He made this decree only for 50 years. Not something that he sought to be an everlasting thing for his day, for his age. He made this decree. The next major Jewish character down the line was a man called the Rosh, known as the Rosh, Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild, name was Rothschild. He was born in the year 1250. And after the passing of the Rothschild, he became the next link in the chain, the major Jewish time. The Rosh was actually not born in Spain, he was actually born in Germany. The Rosh was a student of the Maharana of Rothschild, the mayor of Rothschild. Maharana of Rothschild has an interesting story with him, which I don't think we went through. We mentioned his name, and the Maharana of Rothschild is a very important Rishon, very important to be one. The Talmud, the early Rishon. And the end of the Rothschild's life was quite an interesting one. He, by accusation, and asserted again an apostate, somebody who converted to Christianity, probably, which often they major appeal, major collection, actually collected guys that wanted to quit the fly around who was sitting in jail with the fact that they wanted to do this. He said he was going to accept it. He did not allow them to give the ransom. He said because this has source in the Talmud that this would be the regular thing. The kings would learn that this is going to be a very worthwhile investment. You set up a great Jewish thing there. You put them in jail. You ask for some easy money to come. The Maharam would not let it. The Maharam passed away in jail. And when he wrote the story, he wrote a Sefer Torah when he was in jail, which was from him. They actually gave him the Sefer Torah. It says, this is a very part of Jewish tradition. He was given the Sefer Torah, Rabbi, and he was in the thing is that he wrote a Sefer Torah, which got eventually, there's a whole story behind that, how he put it on the Rhine River and it's floated all the way to Paris. And it ended with the shoulder up until the Second World War, the previous one, he saw this Sefer Torah. And I probably he wasn't allowed, even after he passed away, he wasn't allowed to be married. So many years later, an individual called Alexander, a rich and influential Jew, gave the money to the authorities and his body taken out, huge sum of money, and this Alexander is buried. You can see the tombs today are buried next to around. This was, I guess, his payment for having given that kind of money to release his body. This was of Rothschild. Rothschild was a student of the Rabbi, the mayor of Rothschild. Before the Maharam, by the way, stands for Rabbi, our teacher, the Rabbi, mayor. That's what before the Maharam goes away, he told his student Rothschild to get away from Germany. This wasn't the place for a Jewish boy to go to Spain. This is what he did when Rothschild was already a tremendously accomplished scholar. He made his way to Spain. He was received with great honor. And he already, even in the lifetime of the Rothschild, of his predecessor, he was appointed as a economic judge. And he must understand that at that time in Spain, the Jewish community was so strong that they had authority on its own. The leaders, and this is true as far as the Rosh is concerned, especially after the Rabbi passed away, he assumed a great power, and the Rosh was given total authority to rule rulership of his court, of his faith, of rulership in Spain, to the degree that he had the authority as far as the king was concerned to administer capital punishment. That was a rarity, probably never existed. But that existed afterwards, I don't think. In Jewish history, such authority was granted. I think it did exist before the battle. Definitely, they introduced great authority was capital punishment, but they great authority. The Rosh was given this authority, an unprecedented thing, and he was reluctant to use it, but he did give permission for the government to deal with capital punishment to some people who evidently deserved it. The Rosh took over the leadership of Jews in Spain at his time. The Rosh is today extremely famous. Similar to the reef, the Talmud took away the discussion and made the law. The thing has come after the reef. He has come after the Maimonides was explaining the degree, and therefore he saw that all their works, everybody had to say before the Rothschild took into account and to rule accordingly. This is a very important element to Jewish law. Jewish law, if we're talking about law, is which means law follows the leader. If there are two great authentic Jewish authorities who argue on a piece of law and not around to argue with each other, one lived 500 years ago, the other 700-800 years ago, they will be leading towards ruling like the one who was later. Obviously, if it be a legal authority, this is not an absolute rule where the majority is against it. So ruling a law is not a white game. But if he came later, then we give him more credibility because he saw the rulings of everybody making before him and nevertheless decided one way or the other. So that's something you take into account. So he did something similar to the Rabbi, with everybody else on their side. Because nobody the Rosh passed away in 1327. The Rosh, Rabbi Rothschild, his son, who is called Rabbi Yaakov, he is known as Rabbi Yaakov. Means literally the owner of the the son of the Rosh, the Baal HaTurim, put together his own style, and made a style which covers Jewish law until today. He was the one who invented this. This is how basically everyone who worked in Jewish law from him. Many of the laws in Jewish law are not applicable right till today, until Mashiach comes. The laws of the temple, many of the laws of purity and impurity do not apply today. And to repeat, it's simply to find one of these deviations from the order of the Talmud in his book, and read his own order. He did not follow the order of Maimonides, because Maimonides, the 14th volume book of God, Maimonides had all the laws of the Torah applicable today, not applicable today. Let's cover that. Let's go this. And he made an arrangement which is the fundamental of Jewish law, so, it's a navigating Jewish law. He made a 4-part set. He made the actual set, it's about 10 volumes, the language classified by 4 parts. The first part is called the means the way of life. That part of this Jewish law deals with the regular cycle of the day of the week. So it cannot be of a Jew. So, Chaim begins with the laws, waking up in the morning, how much to rest. This is what we're learning after this year. We're learning a bit of the Shalom Baruch, and this is the start. Also, the laws of Mezuzah, also davening, letting go of food, raising up to meals, and so on and so forth. Then go to the laws of Shabbat. Very important. People through the story. You're a champion. Don't codified it what's called heredity. Heredity, is all of the time. Us. Also, heredity, is teaching of knowledge, teaching of knowledge, that deals with the laws of food. So it's not it has the laws of freedom, slaughter the animal, has the laws of salting, has the laws of milk and meat. Also, if something kosher beast doesn't do any kosher, it says the entire God. Marriage, divorce, the last one is called Rothschild. Is the name of the wrestling. Deals with, taking on interpreting the novels as business and so on and so forth. Now, this is the fraudulent structure of Jewish law. It was the son of Rosh. Yaakov is not up to me. Now, a cover, if we picture the principle of the Creole, that he was colonies, stones. There was two stones. There was the 12 tribes of Israel. There were 4 columns of each stone. There were 4 columns of 3 stones. That's why he called it Turin. Was the idea of the Shemishma of the principle. And called it columns. This is going to be, we're going to go through the code of Jewish law. But the code of Jewish law is not going to include values of Jewish law is built in the very same structure as this. Every major Jewish book, including the Shulchan Aruch, the Jewish law that was written by Rabbi, the first Chabad Rebbe, he also wrote a book of Jewish law. Many other Jewish law books are pretty much built on this idea. Each of these 4 parts, chapters, each of these chapters, which are all synonym, each of these synonym, later on in the Shulchan Aruch, Seidim will have paragraphs. This is the structure. Al HaTurim also wrote a commentary on the Torah, a very fascinating commentary where he uses gematria, he uses numerology, the philosophy of how the Torah is things using numerical letters and words. The Baal HaTurim was a humble character, did not take on major Jewish roles at the time. He devoted his life to leading and Jewish for the next 50 years. Spain was a man called Noah. These men are known with abbreviations, and this is how they're known today with abbreviations. Rabbeinu Yisrael. And let's, if you don't know, if you talk to the vernacular, you don't talk about everything. You talk about the Ran, he took over the Rosh in Spain for the next 50 years, which next was the time when Spanish Jewry started to experience difficulty. The days of the Ran were talking the days after the 1320s. Spanish Inquisition, the infamous Inquisition, which we're going to talk about next week. So this was the run as a leader in the beginning of such a time. The run, a famous commentary on the trending of hours. He wrote here that on the Dorian of this tractate, the Talmud, telling how beautiful the commentary is. He wrote a book on the Rif, the fasting, on the first codifier. He wrote a commentary on it, very lengthy, and also wrote a book on his drushes, of his sermon. He was a prolific speaker. One of his drushes, Torah, the drushes, the sermons on we mentioned that this was the time in this era, in this place in the world, in Spain, by the Safad, started to grow. Let's go to talk about now. And it all started to become a knowledge and a subject which really took age in Jewish life in the last few hundred years. The word Kabbalah means tradition, accepting. It means this is, they say, learning process and knowledge, which is part of a tradition of the student. As the oral Torah itself, it was started as a tradition, as we know. With many times, the oral Torah was 40 generations. The oral Torah was not transcribed, only being transcribed at the end. In the Talmud, it was all from mouth to ear, from mouth to ear, from teacher to student. Well, the part of the Torah that was written down the oral part of that, the oral Torah that was written down in an official setting was the law part of the Torah, as well as the Midrash, different parts which are more explanatory of the foolish, different ideas, ethics. Those things are written down, those things which study properly, everybody should learn. Law, everybody should learn. The Midrash, the stories, understanding, backgrounds of Judaism, and so on. What was transcribed, not learned in the masses, was the secrets we call it of the Torah. What the Kabbalah is basically a dry Kabbalah, unexplained Kabbalah, speaks basically a language not understood to the neighborhood. It speaks esoteric language. It speaks what goes on in heaven, what goes on in godly sphere, in godliness, and what goes on in worlds, plural, which are above and beyond what we live in. That is something which wasn't forever. That's not something which is understood by everybody. The terminology, the opening of Kabbalah, if you're not educated, the terminology is more practical purposes. Chinese, you don't know what it is, what it means, and it takes the guidance, the teaching of a skilled teacher to do this. Everybody wants is a receptacle. However, Kabbalah was always done. It was passed down, and we know of sages, those who studied and learned Kabbalah. Kabbalah is mentioned, we must emphasize, in the Mishnah and in the Talmud. This is not novel to Judaism. Such a knowledge exists for everybody. And Tana, who wrote the Mishnah called Rabbi, actually the prayer, we pray this in the also called which is a prayer, I believe, proposed by Rabbi, which carries holistic meaning to it. Various names of not just the beneficial ones, angels, worlds, esoteric business, shall we say. The central figure, Asherah, the one who comes to help, and protect Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, I love this so it's the foundation of and Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was, we would say, in the very same time that the Mishnah was being written, albeit earlier, it was the very same time that the major work on Kabbalah was written. And it was also a book, which is actually the scholar has been translated into English, and the book is also another book called Sefer Yetzirah. Sefer Yetzirah is the book of creation, a very interesting book that was readily understood by a regular person who speaks in very cryptic terms. It is a foundation of the Kabbalah. Sefer Yetzirah, the book of creation, and the idea of it is the dynamics of creation. What is the form of existence? That Sefer Yetzirah, those two books are very early and definitely to the field. The one that is never is the 1100s, 1200s, 1300s. The learning of Kabbalah is primarily started to grow. The reason for that, historians would say, is because it needed to be a counterbalance to philosophy. It was mentioned before, it was the insane people to study philosophy. Everybody was running around with ideas and players, and Plato and Aristotle were 3,000 things. Literally, if Plato, so to speak, this was the way to go. And Jews were studying these works, and were not necessarily doing well with them from a Jewish perspective. They didn't know how to answer questions for themselves, these answers correctly. It threw them off on a religious level, which was mentioned before. And the learning of Kabbalah sort of became a substitute for a esoteric knowledge, for something above and beyond to engage in. Somebody wanted to delve into, you had everything, but you wanted to delve into something believed, to something high, something discussed at a time or any place where it discussed time and school. We mentioned before that the Rothschild actually banned against learning philosophy before the age of 25. There are many responses of the Rothschild. He responds on pages above pages where he really he goes into damage his philosophy does. Why he general philosophy. It was a very cool thing to do. He wanted to put it in its place as far as Judaism is concerned. Judaism has further response to Russian. These commentaries, going through the Rabbi, going through the Ramban, the Rashba, and the others, were aside from being readers, Jewish authors, also had started to works. This is probably the time when this started. It was risky. It was risky. Delving into Egypt and Egypt's very subjects has to be done very correctly to be planned. Because these things are easily misunderstood and history used. We get to the story of ships, history, we get to the story of Rothschild. So I through the entire Europe, much of it was with the excuse. They disguised themselves as somebody very righteous, very holy. When the masses didn't know it, didn't understand. When to buy, when not to buy. So that is, by the way, also the president, which was when I said came about. Why it had such great opposition was what people thought. This was a repetition of some problems that misused of government was obviously understood that Hasidic was only going to have Judaism. That's not really found to doing this. He has a library. After his passing, this rich individual built from his heirs and I guess, the silver which was in relation to Yon's library. Now, do you feel that the silver, which was a copied it from the it has been a library this rich man built it, and that was the diamond three marks beginning of the dissemination and learning of the Zohar, preserving the foundation of God. Escalated go through as we recast the next few weeks how in the 15th century these learning of Kabbalah began to went around the Jewish people and chiefly Rabbi who lived in Swiss after the Spanish Inquisition. He was the one who announced like to reveal the wisdom of God. And our Jewish sages say that this reason for this was twofold. One, it was at that time, the beginning of the end, Jewish life in France, and it was going to be the time when the Jews were to be submerged in a great darkness. It was the Middle Ages. The distance from the days of the temple, distance of the days of the Jewish colonies, fully after getting greater and greater. They compared this to the traveler. Somebody who's traveling away from the city, lights of the city that he traveled away from, still illuminate his way through a crowd of lunchtime when he goes out of the city. The light dimmer. There will come a point when that person submerged in darkness and he needs light. Where will he get light from? So the Bible says inside the city he's going to the Jewish destiny goes towards Mashiach. Notice the point. You have will control, recognize how the distances above the represents destiny the Holy gives us. And it is the destiny, it is that teachings of Kabbalah, which is godly knowledge, illuminate our journey towards the great city. So in certain periods of time, at the time of the temple, have gone dimmer and dimmer. Now the last 500 years, talking the last 500 years, this is when the Kabbalah started to zero and actually turning into this was the biblical. It's sort of follow the Kabbalah into Al Shem the Hasidic. The Jews are just like hard to imagine Judaism today without the contribution of Kabbalah, the contribution of Hasidus. The reason Kabbalah Hasidus gave to Jews a lift, which we could say gave them the ability to survive what we've been through in the past 5 years. That was why we said one of the functions of our cities was to do that. I look at the legislative itself when guided from people, and also there are many people today who study dry, simple, quite difficult to comprehend. We'll start sort of left off last week. Quite important. We get to the decline in Spanish jury, which we're going to speak about tonight. We did miss something important for him, actually, which transpired in the other side of Europe, in France and Germany. That was the entire Europe and crazy. One of the greatest deaths of mankind. The entire population, if I remember correctly, was about 25 million people. That was a time as well that among all the other things that happened to the Jews, this is one of the greatest. It's probably because due to all the dogma and philosophical beliefs that prevailed at the time, it was the Jews who became the scapegoats for all this. Rumor or accusation was that the Jews had poisoned the wells, the drinking wells, in order to get rid of the Christians. And because everybody, in all time, people were not, their horizons were not so broad, shall we say, very backwards, very primitive, and mythical, and used by the priests and the church at the time. Besides, the people were totally well known because of the events at the time. So, this all you needed was a little something that could create some terrible pogroms that happened in the time, in the era of the Black Death. This was transcribed at the time. There were 60 large Jewish communities, 50 small town communities that were wiped out during that time. They were just used as the scapegoat and programmed. Down as almost everything they had was a terrible time for the Jews suffered least because with the Black Death. That's why they were blamed. Because they were blamed because the truth of the matter is, say the reason is because the Jews demands a very high level of cleanliness, not necessarily because of cleanliness per se, but I think it and when we got to the bathroom, that's what we've been doing since giving it a time, not before. And this was a level of cleanliness that just was, the Torah has rules as far as we would go them as far as keeping away from other things, boundaries of sweetness and the distance and all sorts of things. And this was not the case at the time. Pestilence and like that was as we know with friends coming through from ships, but they needed to suffer the least, and that's why they were blamed. And it was a terrible, terrible time for the Jewish people in the area. All these occurrences, Spanish jury. They were educated, they had reason enough well, they could be able to really live a good life for hundreds of years. All the Arabs produced some of the greatest terror leaders. Was really in a great time. And that all came to an end in the year 1391. Positions in the 1,000 Jews approximately capitulated, and obviously many were Jews This was a scholar at the time. He really described interestingly that since Spanish Jewry was so affluent, and since they did reach such high positions, there were Jews. However, the prevalence of philosophy, learning, conducting life in lavish ways, shall we say, both materially and spiritually, they weren't as committed as they should be. It started from the way they approached Judaism. It wasn't full of simple things. It doesn't need to be climate. It wasn't an environment that nurtured awesomeness, that nurtured self-sacrifice. Judaism was a career. It was beautiful. It was especially personified. I'm on these in this book at night. Such an idea. That's just sort of that was the time. It wasn't important. Therefore, all that material influence and spiritual decline because of it caused things not to be the people not to be as committed as maybe should have been. There's a really guy that at the time there was laxity in basic mitzvahs, but he would talk about this and tzitzis and these things, which weren't being done by many, and that's maybe an explanation of why so many are caught under the pressure. A number of great people, again, this time, as the two that we spoke of, and these two books of Jewish philosophy, Rabbi wrote the fundamentals, and there was a man called Rabbi who wrote a book called Rothschild, the Light of Hashem. Both of these they saw the direction that people were going in, and especially the fundamentals was actually a product. Many disputations, many arguments, which Rabbi Yosef outlined with Christians, and over there, put together, although Judaism, actually, interestingly enough, one of his 13 principles of faith, put them into three. The Torah, and punishment. Interesting groupings. But over there in the book of fundamentals, he's really on the agenda of explaining to people the real way of serving the Almighty, of conducting oneself according to the Torah, following them all the way through, was a man called Cook Abarbanel. Abarbanel is known as Don is like Sir. Don is like Cook Abarbanel. He was a very important person born to a family from the House of David. He could the lineage of David and Elizabeth in Portugal. His father was Conrad Yehuda, who was the finance minister of the King of Portugal. And also, Benel eventually took over his father's role after 16 years, so was the finance minister for the King of Portugal. Not yet 1492. Which actually, they say, he actually wanted to do. He was very rich, I can understand. But his work in the royal palace was determined. He was not even able to learn and to work as he would have wanted to. And he was in Spain. He lived there in poverty, but at least he was able to devote his life to it. He was to disseminate which he did. The Alabinel wrote a monumental theology, actually, as well as many other works. One of them, by the name of Yeshua, the salvation of his Mashiach, which is a book about the coming of Mashiach. There's a lot of argument with Christians, but this was living in Christian environment. This was something very but his luck would have stood off. He reached rights, I believe. He made the explanation for the first Rothschild of the Carpenter of the great with the Rothschild, and then he made was at the beginning of his explanation to the according to the Book of Kings, when he was called up by the king. He writes, by the king to be the finance minister. He obviously understood that Venezuela was coming from and how successful he actually was. And decided to pull them up. Not that he had any choice, but this is what it was. Ferdinand was on a very big campaign. He was the guy who nothing could really stop him when something like this. He was interested in United Spain. He wanted to unify Spain under his grasp. And who used the Catholic religion. The peace for the United States was his ultimate plan. He was very about Catholic, totally under the spell of the church. And we'll see how he in 1475, he married Isabella, who was of similar heritage, greater, slash worse. In that time in Spain, you had three kinds of Jews. You had Jews, plain Jews, and they married a new kind of Jew. From the time of the very first week of the Christmas pogroms, and that all shut down the Jewish situation of the pedestal. That was it. Jews were second-class citizens then, and looked down upon them constantly, as we said. We look at the breaking events. So when we have a situation, we have to understand that there was constant harassment, if not worse, for the Jews living in such a situation. For the Jews who went to the Torah. And there was a group of people called Rothschild. It was an infrastructure, how they functioned. They worked on certain things which were interesting. What they made a self-sacrifice for was marrying between themselves. They couldn't be Jews, basically. They were not going to marry. And that was one of the most dangerous things because they had to secretly find out the identity of another. They kept adding Jewish festivals, they had the Windstellers and, these many stories and many personal things going on. Some are very stories. But this was they wanted to deeply enslave. They couldn't, for some whatever reason, bring themselves to be the punishment that they had. And they wanted to get that's what I hope maybe for some in the future to come. Unfortunately, that did not come. There was tremendous hatred and tremendous hatred to the converts, to those who converted. Obviously, they didn't know who was a Morocco or not. Anybody who was Christian, there was a constant animosity being built towards them because they were put up. They were better Christians as usually happens. And those who go over to another, they had to prove their allegiance, their faithfulness. And the regular Christians didn't like it. For that reason, interesting enough, in that corner, there was at one point some demonstration of some large rumor got to the people there that some girl, they converted or some whatever, decorated some Christian and with it. And that was and they killed it. After the 3 days only because there wasn't anything to do. They killed out, all these Jews, all these people, they weren't there with it. And such was the environment in different places as well. It was at this point that Isabella decided that all those who were not faithful to Christianity and bringing it out for two reasons. First of all, they were they were, as we said, they were under the influence of very, very much under the influence of the church. And they did that also because of the politics. Could be they eventually they had their money and they were going to expel the Jews, by the way. And then they wanted that within the community that it was going to have faithful citizens, not those who are figuring it out, not those who are fighting behind the Christian gods. So they're going to search for the sake of the country. That's what they were going to do. That's what they were doing. To carry this out, they is known as the Inquisition. The Inquisition was something which started actually at 1233. Henry VI, I think. The Inquisition was to cleanse Germany. It was started in Germany. It was the first Germany for heretics, those who to change and reform Catholicism. You've got to remember this is before Lutheran, this is before everybody. And those still of change and reform. We created a body of going to conduct this cleansing, and it was known probably as terrorism. It wasn't barbaric at the bottom of the line. Pointed to clean out first Germany from these kind of people. They were pretty successful. It could have been the smallest thing that they were noticed that masses were drafted to be spies for the Inquisition, and it could have been anything, and they utilized some of the most horrific torture to draw a confession of people. And the interesting thing was they didn't kill themselves. They didn't themselves, whatever they did. They gave it over to I mean, this is prevalent even before you do Spain. Not to a big cell. You're not going to go and just want to do anything. It's still there. But that way, I think that was a bad thing to do because it was the best way. They really got in their doings. And it was for everybody's benefit because the money, the assets of anybody who was sentenced by the Inquisition was seized by the church, by the government. And the government was very enthusiastic in partnership with the Inquisition. So, way of dealing with the Romanos was that rejecting the Inquisition. It's interesting, they had a hard time. People are enthusiastic about sending his Inquisition to Spain, mainly because he wanted the Inquisition under his he didn't want it to go too far out. It did spread a bit to Italy and other places, but he didn't want it to get too much under control because if he didn't get it under control, he wanted to be through talks and liberation trips forward. It was agreed upon. The Inquisitor was the first was his name, and he was the sent to Isabella before she became queen. And the interestingly had made her promise that when she does rise to power, that she will cleanse her country with all of these. He was a gruesome individual, and he succeeded in building the Inquisition to a government within a government. To a kingdom within a kingdom. He literally was able to do anything, and the credibility and in the name, ultimately, of the church and the government. And it's how the Inquisition came and started to cause itself in Spain. In 1481, was the first Autodafé. Autodafé was the literally capital. And that was the burning at the stake of people, mainly Jews at this time, who were allowed to be still faithful to the Judaism of the Muslims. The first one was in Seville. It was 6 men and 6 women who, after the horrible torture of the place, to be faithful to the Judaism and burned at the stake. This so great ceremony. There was a whole march of priests and stuff, and behind them were the unfortunate people. And the masses were gathered, and everybody should take the example. In the course of 12 years, 1801 to 1483, 30,000 Jews died in this way. Many more were tortured and sentenced to different things. They had to be seized. But this was conquered Spain, they're going to now get rid of everybody. It's going to be make it right. They're going to make it fun. But everything else, besides beat them out, they beat them out. And so they made an edict of the very famous twice a night was given. Of course, 4 months, just had to they had to leave everything, anything that was gold, silver, precious stones, and to stay, and as well as some in the state and total state. And obviously, I was going to buy it, was going to buy it for a normal price. It's not that which was sold in mansions for the donkey, they wouldn't get anything more for it. And interestingly, American health was the finance minister. Further wanted to obviously to tried everything he could to abolish this theory, and he tried everything from his way. He brought it to the palace full of money and told that he was negotiating over there with further to it. Reach for money was apparently his religious numbers and was about to work with the propaganda burst into the room and threw it out his clothes and said, well, where sold it to religion, sold it for money, and I know going to be the second. Well, here you go, sell it. And I suffered and that thing didn't work. Yeah, but the husband himself was given the choice to stay home. He didn't need to choose. I will say that in other countries, though he was totally idiot for doing it because he just threw out tremendous talent from this country. He apparently had enough money and every kind of plan. He did use it for the economy. But Abagnale needed. It was his finance minister. He said actually Abagnale. He told Abagnale it was the coolest thing. He wasn't to give him nothing. And it was a said you can do whatever you want, but you can speak from the state. And Abagnale refused. And he said he's going to go to with his people. Obviously leaving everything like it. Was ages ago. They have all 1492 that 600,000 Jews of Spain had to half of them went on ships. They went to the port. And again, the tradition and Jews playing the Jews comes out of Spain proud to betray them. And they went. And the word was difficult. And they were obviously not allowed to listen to me, but allowed it just for that, because there is the morale of some sort of and Isabella, also called Isabella, and the conviction he married her was he into his country for all the Jews. He wasn't so excited about doing it. So what he did was he made a series of decrees that would bring to the eventual conversion of baptism of all the Jews. First of all, he said a certain Pesach, 1497, where he said he made a decree that all Jews from the age of 12 to the age of 4 to 14 will be taken from the parents to baptize. Some horrific scenes of such sacrificing and everything that parents slaughtered their children and then killed themselves so that children would not fall into these people. Scenes such as in one town was told that the decree was that everybody has to baptize and they got everybody into a certain place, a certain area, and they committed suicide. Eventually, the Jews were able to leave, but they didn't want them to leave. Eventually, it was either convert or leave. So what he did was he said, anybody wants to leave to go through the capital. When they were in the capital, they actually started to accommodate many of them went to Rome along with it, and then a lot of them didn't give them any food or room until they baptized. Others, they threw them over the water, and then they constantly converted them. This was a mass suicide when they places, they got them into a wall, which was into a lit it, and that was it. Between all of this, this is how they got rid of forcibly converted Jews that had gone in afterwards. They called the Inquisition to those who were faithful. So this is how, and this is how Portugal the Spanish and the rest of his life, and then passed away in 1509. It's ironic that Christie has heeded hands for the expulsion of the Jews, yet in the very same autonomous rights, and this was the where I was given the grant permission, given the instruction to sail to search out for the Indians. We do know for sure that there was one Jew, or a number of forcibly converted Jews on Columbus' ship, more than we know for clear, was forcibly converted a day of the voyage, because he was, I guess, nothing under the world was furiously staying in Spain itself and lose. So it's interesting that that was exactly the same time, the very same time that the doors of two countries were totally closed on the Jews. It was at the very same time that the land was found by the well, and that would eventually be taken for Jews so many years later. This is what was happening. As we said, the Jews went into various places, various areas. They built communities, those that were left, able to get out of the Jericho. Jews constantly were making everything that they had of Portugal. Constant people who went to all sorts of places. And slowly, communities were built. Sephardic Jewry started to build itself up again. So the Sephardic people went to Israel. And we're going to see next week on the coast about those who ended up in Israel. Male. And some of the greatest of Jewish time lived in Israel. family was called the Chacham. Was Milford's other riches and Talmudic knowledge. So it was the style that really came out from. And they formed communities. She was promoters, where they were they didn't build themselves up or whatever it was, but education for the start wasn't as good as it was for the Ashkenaz. They moved set up communities which were held together. Ritual and religious beliefs were very, very serious business. You had monkey business when it came to trying to deviate from Judaism. As far as the monkeys were established until today, quite better. And they are realizing communities, eventual winds of reform and enlightenment or whatever it was, still in this road that they held very, very strongly to obedience and treated everybody who go down that line very harshly. It was this is much later in history, but two examples of that, which maybe was a little bit overused. The issue of Mexican education was a tool which was very much used in that age for those ages, very much used. And there was a certain individual, Rio Costa. He was a man who was an interesting fella. He understood read the Bible, he read the Chumash. That's what he was supposed to do, and sort of into like the oral, he thought it was a deviation of every interesting aspect of it. Anyway, he wanted to introduce this to the surrounding community because people he was presenting. Sort of a weak character, and again, he admonished him all the community in the net. What happens is they find it, and unfortunately, it's a very weak character. Sort of believe in his ideals, and this becomes a way of deviance, although not a problem within the community. And this was why, actually, within the time that sort of related Chayim was used to migrate Jewish rabbis were respected here and not being used subsequently. Should be used in right this way. Another interesting example later on again of the same idea. and the Rothschild attempts that I believe was actually about to you. Interesting that started at that time was because of the problems going on. It was a great young that's why Bob and Elmer took up the shit. It was a great and many times as we can say even as you such a some of the crept up as being a potential or more than a potential machine. This was a man of it. And this fellow was character. He came from the Rothschilds. Was a brother of the ruler of one of the Rothschilds. It's all believers, of course. It was very good tale that he had, which some do say they actually did come from there because his appearance was nature and he made it to be quite popular there. He was I believe brought in by the Parliament. He got attention. He got some attention. Later on, he actually collaborated with another called Shlomo Norton. Shlomo was also a strange individual, but he was initially a Spanish Christian who converted to Judaism, and he was a government official. This Shlomo Norton, he converted to Judaism at this government stature, and went and told actually in Egypt was said to tell many events about going to some other areas of government which apparently all came true. And this dropped up a big thing, however he so whatever it was, but this is what happened. And the end actually was that at one point they had agreed that this topic of Romanian initially, at one point they didn't, but then they did. The whole story. But this was actually killed. I'll leave it at something. You should have a shirt name. Whichever king. His rising surrounded to actually the Rabbi was transcribed as he said that was a very new one. And he died of these kind of actually not quite a bit of noise. But it had its effect for these things that these ones events following these Spanish Inquisition. The colonists that we spoke of, many of them were Sephardic as well. Many of them were Sephardic. However, was the main Jewish people, first of all, from this whole thing, we must also first, however, note that the expulsion from Spain was not the only expulsion. That area in Europe, you had a number of expulsions throughout the Middle Ages. For example, expelled the Jews in 1290. That was after the Richard the Minecart in the prison of the Crusades. Jews were, committed suicide in the Clifford's Tower in New York. In 1390, France expelled the Jews. 1394. Interestingly, in Germany, it wasn't out of function that the Jews got expelled. It was simply practical reasons why they remained always in Germany is because Germany was provinces. Germany wasn't an overall monarchy. They had every prince who expedited what they out of the princes and provinces took them into. After these expulsions, with the expulsion of Spain, we're talking about 100 years ago, just looking at it from a little over the Jews moved eastward. We have now the Jews moved east. So this is where Jewish community started to propagate and to grow in places in Holland, mainly in Amsterdam. In Germany, actually, the community became quite big. Came from Spain. This started in yes, actually. This was a very big Jewish community. In Turkey. Tunis, Egypt, Cairo, Alexandria. The Jewish community cropped up in Damascus, in Syria. And two cities in Israel became very Jewish. The city of Jerusalem and Sfas, which we're going to talk about tonight. So that's pretty much where the Jews migrated to after they were expelled from Central Europe, that area of Europe. But they weren't welcome anymore, and even when they were, it was so unbearable. Not yet. Anyway, about 1500. Next week, please, we're going to start talking about Eastern Europe. Because the 1500, which is enough. But still, the 1500, the communities in that area were still quite small. The next 100 to 200 years, shall we say, after the expansion from Spain, the communities in Eastern Europe started to grow big in this time as well. But we'll talk about that. Now, interestingly enough, there were Americans, which they know about as Andros, but Andros to be closed. We had the was, so to speak, was by Hashem to go down Egypt. Hashem told him to go down. So by grace, his Lord, so we're sent to Catholicism. So, that to Islam. Yeah, the term is used. So these are Muslim brothers. Some of them managed to drink a lot. We imagine that it was a constant trickle from Spain and Portugal, Moranos who got their money, their money out of Spain and Portugal, out of the hands of the Inquisition, into countries that had many times. And returned to their Judaism openly after they were able to do so. Some, however, actually quite a few, chose to carry on to live with the mask of being Catholic, of being Christian as they were, in order to be able to help their brethren, the Jews, whether their brethren still in Spain and Portugal, elsewhere, was being dispersed. Others may have carried it on, some want to say, because of the Inquisition was very tough, and it wasn't out of the question that Caesar, and one of the stories that wasn't out of the question that the Inquisition would get the places where it was deficient. And they just they were nervous of the Inquisition, how it was so great and powerful that they chose simply maybe a safety to carry on that way. Those that remained in Spain, we see pretty much what we have to till about the year 1588. Spain took the fight down. This were the British fleet of ships of 1588, because of the French fleet of ships, notably Scotland. And Spain was never the same after that. So, they said, I don't know if historians actually know this, but it was the difficulty of life as a Jew, as a Catholic, under Spanish rule, did weaken a little bit after that, after the British conquest. It's interesting actually how Spain, when the Jews were in, Spain was a superpower, and as a superpower, Spain was extremely big and powerful. The Romans had noted that they had even in the countries where the greatest Jewish community was in the country that was most powerful, unable to defense. Russia, in history, go back to Russia, was where many 15, 16, or 800 years ago, 100 years ago, Russia, the majority of white Jews were in Russia. And so was the big countries were again interestingly enough, so rose as the superpower. And then in history as well, Egypt at the time when the Jews were there, the glory of Egypt, when the Jews were there, was the glory of it. That's not very interesting. Something very interesting about one event, one series of events, which sort of gives us a glimpse of this kind of idea, this kind of life outside of the Inquisition. What Spanish Jews, particularly Jews, what they did, actually, the story of the woman, famous Skeptic. There was a family called Madness, and in that family were quite famous. They had a house in Lisbon, Portugal. And the head of the family was a man called Francisco Mendes. They were, this was the name of the book. No one knew who was hunting them in the sea. But he was doing something. He was relatively young, and his entire wealth went over to this place. It was called Dona Gracia. Dona Gracia Mendes. And his brother, Francisco Mendes, his brother Diego, inherited who was her nephew. Her daughter married her nephew. And what happened was, is that there you go. Basically, because she was appointed to be the total owner, the executor of everything of the entire thing, and all its process and systems left out, which she got very possessive, very angry about. And in a moment of wrath, she turned monographs to the church, saying that she was practicing Judaism secretly. Now, the Inquisition wasn't inevitable in Belgium, but the church, basically, the church was still, and the church put it on the jail. And this was extremely relevant because that meant that the Inquisition also the doctors also got into notary. That would be the way the cleaning criminal was then on to it. But actually, at the time, what it was is that her sister, so she got the same thing, her sister was not a donor. Therefore, she's Jewish, her sister, she also got into the church anyway. The exceptional seal was a advisor to the crown prince of the Sultan at that time. He was the crown prince of Turkey. This Prince of Nazi was an advisor, very powerful influence. The Sultan was very confident and was a big deal. And he got the action to the Belgium, whoever was doing Belgium at the time, actually that Tennessee to be able to move to the Ottoman Empire, in your way, so to say. Because there was a big love in the case of Nazi. Nazi inspired the Nazi. Explained to him that this was a long-term deal that he wanted to get control of all these things in this country. And he succeeded. Another interesting time when the Christian went on taking a public reasons. Just it was something we were he's going back and doing this and then so this was one sort of idea like that. Now when she was the obviously she was not Jewish and she could be still Jewish causes. Many popes and stuff which correctly about her and one of them she passed away and said I forget who exactly said it's an ancient title. It says Rabbi says so many daughters have done these are with your reason about the image and it was what's happened. So she said yeah. Possible. Now this was in Turkey. As any good Jew would be powerful in the annals of power, the monarchy. He did a lot in Jewish rhetoric. Interestingly enough, France kicked out all the Jews, and as the Jews, he took everything they had. He took property, he took everything they had. So the press, so to say. Every ship that came to Turkey and to the Ottoman Empire, France immediately, a third of the cargo was confiscated for this purpose. Every French ship. So this was seeded in some very good things for the Jews. He also pieces he bought from the center of the city of Tiberias. Wanted to build it up, wanted to be able to live there, have that. He was successful. Jews were hijacked by pirates, and the he wanted to do. He did. He did great ideas. So that's a big story. It gives us a sort of picture of the that were going back and forth at the time. Morano to the denouncing it as they officially were. It was a as we said, great community of Spanish Jews. Produced by these communities. Great man who was the rabbi of the pretty much the rabbi of the Jews in Amsterdam and was a man called Rabbi Rothschild. A genius. Very soon, this was a many published books in Latin, Portuguese, and Spanish, and other languages like that. He was a prolific speaker who was extremely educated, both in Torah and he actually which was the Renaissance. The Renaissance, the Venus book that started to talk about the culture's world was going on. In that time, the Christianity, the Crusaders in general, people started seeing other people. They started Europe started to get their eyes open to different cultures and wanted to know the printing press. We can say was the greatest revolution in the way that it started to educate people. The way you keep people under a spell of dictatorship. It's not allowing them to be educated. That's what you do. If you take away all education, if the bit, so they don't know when the printing press was invented and started to become cheap and accessible. Was the new translation of the Bible that was the first thing that was printed, and so you had your world was changing in a very great way. And the Reformation of the Church. was also centered around the sheep, both in the Jewish world and the Christian and in the non-Christian and the wider world. The world was not itself. The world was turning around everywhere. People were looking at this new history and saying things in the revolution in Israel. That was when he brought up the issues and issues that cultures and Bible that he was very big on Christian. All these from and his effort to be able this was the time again where things also changed around. This was the era of things were and the original monarchy was in control. And Ben Yisrael, interesting enough, let's say, as I actually believe that he in his words, but was this idea that people needed to be able, needed to be able to be at least the wilderness scattering, needed to be scattered. Well, whatever the case was, that day was a place where she was already there, which was something as a haven. So, Menachem ben Yisrael was succeeded. Actually, it was summoned by the British government to present the Jewish case. He wrote a saying, on the argument for the Jews. The it's one of the great is the argument of the Jews because of opposition the business people who didn't want the Jewish business to come in and take over, to come in and be as a competition. And they were interested in something where they wanted. Wasn't their thing. Jews were not officially however, was originally in the advancing in disguise. Was that the Jews didn't march in with them as a parade. They trickled one by one, allowed a steady flow of Jews one by one to come in. And they found themselves, the Jewish community, in London, building a shul. And it's still there today, the best shul, the first shul, Slavic shul. Almost scientific he spent 2 years and his only son unfortunately passed away and he was broken after that. He made it back to Amsterdam. He passed away on to Amsterdam. But that was his achievement, what he did, and he's moved out of his career. But going to Eric's Israel, going to Israel, this is what we focus on. Before the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1518, before the So he was Israel. You were able to get those things. But in 1520, okay, as opposed to 1418, 1521, we already find 500 Jewish families. The first one in that era who really established Jewish spiritual well is Abraham. Was called Rabbi Isaac Bentinora is almost a year. It's an Italian word, and I think it's a little town in Italy. That is very famous. It's because he made a explanation similar to what Rashi did. It was not what Rashi did on the Talmud. He made an explanation to the Mishnah. He took the Mishnah and he said, okay, there's only one version of the Mishnah. And he doesn't know what's going on. And I was going to explain it to him, so the Mishnah is very short and very concise. You know, because he better reason understanding of the Mishnahs that this is but today is really doing all that work understanding of this Mishnah with the Bartanura. This carried on. By about 1600, we will find that it's us. Again, the Jews said, "Oh, the Jews are violent." That's the people to begin with. It's fast. Already in 1600, there were 18 yeshivas and 20 monastery books. So this was the kind of and which is what they're experiencing as a result from all these Jews creating everything to move away. You know, Israel has a lot of famous in different materials coming and going from Sarah. That discussed one time discussed it that it's some of the greatest Jews from that time to look at those Jews who lived in that very much. First one who seen in Saz called the Mahari. That's how it's called, the Mahari Bega. He was born in Fez, North Africa, and after wandering from one place to the other, he came to Saz when he was already 60 years old. Because of his he almost became Jewish leader of Saz, leader of the Rabbi. This was a choice. They have the response that he brought back and forth questions and answers. He put on integrity. He passed away in 1540. That would be just when the life of the Rabbi began. There is something called literally Smicha is somebody, senior rabbi, starts with you. Gives you permission to rule. Gives you permission to put you're a tighter now. You can go full enough. On your own. Maybe doing it outside. And you have to which the that you will obtain to in a from pleasure. You got teacher, that's the Romans know very well. Published the Smicha, they packed the Smicha with under it. They knew that this was the it's possible to read and that is if the rabbis in Israel at any given time would agree to unanimously reinstate the Smicha. That means that it's reinstated. The Smicha from that point on. The Mari Beira now the community in Israel does not have the Smicha now. What the greatness of it is that by doing that, you are setting the ground for reinstating the sacrifice. I believe in this idea for a time, for the last 100 years since the destruction of the temple just before it, and really it had not been a central area. Without any reinstatement, was the came into chief rabbi of the idea of this thing in itself. For various reasons, but there was a huge equilibrium that went over one side, and yet the faith did not come into fruition. It's not a demonstration, but he comes into it and becomes an interesting event in his life. In that era as well, 1500s, was the life of You know, Yosef and all of the results will be on the basis. So it's really it's a work, the composite work, the sources, the questioning, the analysis, and then the rules. And that's the issue what's the concept itself. Where you get these things, something you just so we rotate what the very first and over there that it should be. That was the they had the Ashkenaz, and Ashkenaz at the time they Germany but had more liquids. It was 100 years. Sort of looking like today, these are the newer editions you'll be finding. Because the on the shoulder bar was extremely great. He wrote was a work called carry on the exact music. That's right, I think he was 48 years old. Revolution. Jewish world. Outward. In a historic sense, he was way down, but it starts with him, pretty much. It starts with a shoulder. So it was as far as well, the days in the very same time, in the very same city, some of the greatest poets and catalysts of the Jews, maybe we saw Majara, would say, a friend of his, and he wrote a number of poems and mythology, which you can stay with it. Friday night, which he composed. He was the composer. He forgot to mention. So it's a great genius. Scholar that he constantly revealed. He was also the contemporary. The couple. He was the couple. That's why they highlight some other things. What's the information of what's going on in the whole thing? Now we take based on this, we take it further in the direction of the character that lessons that we learn. And some of it's going to paradise, some of it's going to science, the team about it. So the shot and the low level of the environment, it's a basic character. Catalysts of how we the few things that the destiny secret original movement at the time was the master of Rothschild. And for them, part of the destruction of the explanation position building on it was a man who was called Revolution Album. The ocean. He's known as the ocean. He was the Rothschild. He was the one that Rothschild truly means the project. The one with the individual Rothschild as well as Rothschild in a good Jewish community that was talking to me what was going on in this universe and what was going on also with all this Rashi and the rest. That was the Darshan and Rabbis. Rabbi he was so tough to speak. He was able to speak and to expound. So you have the ocean, you pick it up, the set is called a resolution. He can have 50, 60 questions on the Torah and one explanation. The whole thing is not just questions on the meaning. All kinds of questions will be on simple meaning. Which one to get it? Meaning the he was the one who was giving invitation, so he was actually his spokesman. He was to talk about the second, and this was the final person. It was for the time. He was the title for too many people. His father passed away when he was 2 years old, and he was brought up by his uncle in Cairo. So he had to go to Egypt. He was taught by a man called Rabbi Ashkenazi. Rabbi Ashkenazi was a man who wrote She took the princess. She took the princess means the ring of all the opinions. But she took the princess takes the question. He was really went up to the line between the Shirley and the this was sort of the line in between. She took the princess as soon as the she took the princess tractates, many tractates, and he was completed the work we showed. We don't have to take. So he said, well, the Rabbi said, the Proverbs, Rothschild said, it's all about these two, whoever it is, other thing, we just music. He was the teacher of music as far as the revealed elements. place of and era of learning and the great many of them were very individual and many of them lost. And again, that's future in Israel and with whoever else, which had free entry to all these places. And many of these places lost the Iraqis out the went just said that this was very ridiculous. And today we have a lot of options of sites and the way the Jerusalem the reason of everybody of could use the shit from just the how you it. As well as the sanctities and so definitely possible. Which would make the person so just go to the mikveh before Shabbos, on Shabbos. Besides teaching Kabbalah, disseminating Kabbalah, was the text of the davening is not just the position of us. The text of the davening is basically the right words to say, meaning the right buttons to push. What's going on online? These specific words, these specific texts, these chapters of the Tehillim, when it comes to the short answer, these words, they are the ones who we know short answer, they tell me the words in them out. But it's not just the fact of meaning, it's accomplishing one thing or the other, and you can see the natural eye knows what that was the is not made from scratch, who plans made these to be true, not only as far as so everything should be what we have from the substance. According to the text of the he coined the phrase that in today's day it's like others say something. It is a mitzvah to reveal this wisdom of the Lord that was stored away for those of yes, that wisdom was to be taught, obviously, carefully, which it was. Esau was known as the Aryan. Yes, he's not a lion. It's a good one. Humans will be he's on the coast. So they taught it to the audience. But it was something which was ready, he was able. So it was a myth to tell them to this testament again. The idea was that as they was a part and definitely for the Jewish world But Rabbi is always considered again pretty bad things back. The reason what to say, and people are told that they Calvinist, he's making needs and he's well worth in writing something that is the Rizzo was the way 38, 30, okay. So only 2 years. You tell everything was in 2 years. He accomplished everything. Right. The answer is no. It's very difficult to understand. The reason is no one speaks. This is something which is okay. So no one speaks in humane terms. They will speak about feed the animals of the things to if you don't know what you're talking about, it can be interesting. It's dangerous. If you know how to take it and how to digest it, how to meet. And also it's esoteric in its own in a way that a regular person is not even entertaining. You used to be category, you used to be of a stature enough of knowledge and time to enter into the development of the Chinese. I mean, it's very well versed. If you say you see it enough time, probably then you'll be able to go in and know what the people as long as they have been but to know what's going on in it. But many people is that what in a great way you see this shapes of corpses. You'll see this is you read the time, there's a few shape lines of shit going on. And when you cut what it's doing, you have to know those principles. But if you see this and then you go back to the over in the much way that's you don't know. It's a there's something like this. It's town, exploding went. Looking at it, somebody something very the second guy goes for he goes to stage 5. He brings her back. He brings her back. And they start saying, this is what the machine Zara speaks in a language. Zara speaks, it's, if you don't know what the Zara is, they don't know what the Zara is. Have a couple of all of it is you read it as it sounds great. Well, that's what a great way for this day. Being able to explain with that stage this way says that this was a stage 5 and you have the option which the doctors became more intense. Those are Jews not stating it's such a time when they were great when the Jews died into generations that the sensitivity became less. So you needed an extra I love not doing that. The thing that was a great way. No one would be into obviously. Was a direct student of the Palace. And the student of tremendous capitalist. But he was not the capitalist. It was people of Kabul. That was for sure. So next week we'll talk about his Excellent development of Jewish history. Let us read this lesson about Eastern Europe and the beginnings of the Jewish settlement of Jewish faith in Eastern Europe. It's quite a joke because the memory today of the shtetl is still very strong, and it's not something very recent that strong main part of the Jewish people, strongest part of the Jewish people, took out recently that we know it has moved away and tragically taken away was the cathedral in Eastern Europe. But we all could, many of us, I think, could even trace our lineage and also heritage to the Jews of Eastern Europe. So I'll start at one of the different of today's Jews. We'll remember we'll be educated by those stories in Eastern Europe. The beginnings of Jewish life in Eastern Europe was important. Actually, the word for Poland is Poland. It was said that the Poland was to be divided into two. Berlin in Hebrew means over here. Lay down. Here, rest. You should rest. The Jewish exiles like it to the night. The night when things are dangerous, when things are dark. And even because we decided rest, to be able to sit and was guided from heaven. Only live over here, he would be able to find rest, because for miles, for centuries, the Jews did find that in the mighty Jewish, the two people that we have spoken, one the Colossus on the coast of Jerusalem, the customs of Ashkenazi customs that are all right. Quoting from Solomon, the needs of poor, dry bread with peace, a house full of delicacies, but with strife. Life in Poland, better having a poor, life and peaceful, rather than being affluent in places in Europe and Spain, France, and Germany, but having to be persecuted. Everything in Western Europe pointed to the direction that was unwelcome. It was time to move the persecutions, the killings, everything that the Jews had to go through was just getting too much. Western Europe, which is today Poland and much of Russia, was also cultivated, was new. And there was an opportunity. The landlords, the government, the king, were eager to were talented, were able to read and write, had different abilities, had different trades. They really wanted to break it into, to build up the country. Therefore, following the reason, the Jews were welcome there and ready. Jews started to circulate. Poland didn't have, since everything was so new, it didn't really have a culture. The Jews would have to cope with There was pretty much common language, the Jews and the non-Jewish population, the Jews, classic Jews from Germany, their own sort of language, which was a mix between different other sorts of elements and speaking Yiddish. There was a bit of English and Russian mixed in, but Yiddish still continued to Yiddish go back. This, however, did probably at the beginning of the time of when the Jews started to develop, the Yiddish became more developed and prevalent. Well, they didn't really that much because it wasn't necessary. They kept to themselves. They built their own communities. And so trying slowly but surely the Jews coming into about 150 years was peaceful. The first 150 years, we find the Jewish population grew to about half a million. But, things develop and people started to creep into the developing Europe, Catholic scale, and with the priests, which were great, and it started again. Much of the persecution, or much of the hatred, much of the persecution started again with the accusations and labels, and again, the pogrom, many Jews or Jews being killed. The government over here did it to me. Government at that time made it pretty that it would be impossible to accuse or to make a right for a Jew for doing whatever the priests were saying they were doing, which was obviously untrue and quite outrageous. The Jews, the Christian religion, really any children, the Bible, the King of Scotland at the time said it would not be possible for such accusations to be made. Even though in general there was tolerance, however, nevertheless it was like Scotland wasn't simple. There was still degrees of Jewish ability. After all, you are Jews. You are Jews. Everywhere there was the impossibility of the Jews living in capital, being allowed to have a certain quota on the amount of houses they could build, and they could build a certain number of, and it was forced to limiting Jewish ability in London. With the juggling, with all the building their own community or something, which should be privilege, something that they were not able to do as freely as in other places, together with having to cope and having to pay from the government side of things, the administrative side of things. From all this, there was something quite unique. We're in the year 1551. 150 years, where Jews had started to develop. Jewish community had become very strong. And something was instituted, which was quite unprecedented before history, and it's not happened afterwards either. It was called the Committee of the Four Lands. August 1551, the King of Augustus, and what he did is he made him a self-government, a self-governing committee, a self-governing body of the Jews. This was called the Committee of the Four There was the balance. There was Poland as a big Russian Poland, so Greater Poland, Little Poland, countries, some countries, all things. And they had the capability of electing a chief rabbi. Somebody who would disobey the edict. Rothschild had a month to repent and to make it right, or else he would forfeit his entire property to the government. So he was sort of happy the government was happy because that meant cash and the process. That made them very powerful. They don't want to mess around with it. And they were able to get a lot of good things, a lot of solid institutions for the community to be able to get through with the power that they were given by the Polish government. As we said before, there were some changes, but it was in the middle of the 1600s. It became three countries before it became Poland. Lithuania, Russia, Poland, Lithuania. So that reason, that Rothschild was given to Poland, little Poland, and Galicia. The Van Arbor were to meet twice a year to decide on major things pertaining to the Jewish community. The small issues were given taken care of by the community. Community council, each town, city had its community council that convened and they would decide things for the community. And you know, the Van Arbor Rothschild and everything something majorly and it becomes a greater community of control. There was the total everything together was a great affair. A lot of great town leaders and a great community today. Besides being a good difference and things, but the side difference also tremendously wasting time when share terror and so on and so forth. Part of the activities of the community was to appoint a somebody who was going to intercede for the good of the community behind Rabbi in the governmental hierarchy, in the rich and powerful, for instance, as they say in the light windows and those are the brothers and shakers, basically to shrink through these they would keep it very, very close. Keep it very good tab on everything that was going on. It wasn't even it was something that they would see that wasn't going right. They immediately did something about it. So instituted the system totally placed with Jewish children, Jewish education, and Jewish life started to blossom. There was a method of how deep the feeding system would work. You had see the parents were able to pay. They would pay, they would get better service, they would get a teacher, Rabbi, who was able to teach the children well. So we're not able to pay the real money. The community was somebody who had a teacher there who was going to teach any child who wasn't able to pay. That they would go to the Talmud Torah. So there was a trainer, there was teachers who were teach for money, and then there was those who were paid for learning forever. What ended up being the Jewish child without an education, traditional Jewish education. It was a public school system. 1600s. So, you know, the education, many of the business were illiterate. They go to school just for all eternity, sending, educating their children. And this was something that's a problem at this time, which is really strong about education. My children go to they grow up, Jesus started to emerge. The greatest issue that gone up was the yeshiva in Krakow and Luka, and then also started the yeshiva in Berlin in a place called Brisk, and then also in other places as well. The interesting system that was created to support the yeshivas was the system of tag. Well, that meant it was a system which lasted almost up to many, many yeshivas. And be sent to the yeshiva, and you were allotted a certain day by a certain family. So family number one would take in a number of boys on a certain day, and give them a meal, and then they would have another house to go to. So for Shabbos, you had maybe some people after, and then they would give them a meal on Shabbos, and the boy would be as well. And similar ideas of sleeping, many of them sleeping quarters, each yeshiva had this arranging things. Often that was the community provided certain places in yeshiva. So that's the way that the idea was. That it was the community that got together to support the yeshiva. So it's a very beautiful. And the value of that value to show such yeshivas. Says that they deal with it very non-existent at this time to and yeshiva with a dormitory, which in-house providing for everything. At that time, it was all the couple was from the yeshivas. Since you had to run it, we have the great leaders, the great ones of terror that can do Israel. Israel, there were many at this time of relative peace, and then we find a tremendous influence into learning and to teaching. Giants of terror that came around that time, and we will go through some of them. We mentioned before the Ramoshi Yitzhak. Ramoshi Yitzhak was born 1532. His father was the community leader, the pioneers, the community in Ukraine. His name was Yisrael, and Rabbi, at a young age, was appointed to be chief rabbi of Krakow. His genius just got it that way, and he was at a very young age. He was appointed for that job. This is not Moshe. She's known in the Jewish people. He was writing backwards and forwards with Rabbi Yosef Khan, with the author of the Shulchan of Jewish. We mentioned earlier that Rabbi Yosef Khan, the Code of Jewish, was written by a with a Saturday in Spain. Levada was in Spain, but the Spanish culture was he wrote the Code of Jerusalem. He was going to write it according to the rules and according to the customs that were covenant with the foundation. So it's the piece. The Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jerusalem, reached revolution. So he decided that if Rabbi Yosef Khan reached English, was a sofer, he was a scribe, that's right. The Sefer Torah was actually a Sefer Torah that was written by him, that was kept in Krakow, in his shul does exist in Krakow. He passed away there. Famous basically was to Rabbi Bar Yochai, who also passed away. His gravesite is right there in Krakow. Go outside, go on the right the shul. We extension literally right there. You have till the day, till the certain day is the gravesite, is the burial place of the Rabbi. And in Europe, this was a gravesite which was very, very frequented by hundreds and hundreds of people, especially on the day of Scots. Civilized gravesite eruption by Israel, whatever is the idea what actually happened is not the gravesite of the removed. This was being reverberated again on a daily basis. Thousands and thousands of people learn the kind of traditional. The next individual we're going to talk about is the connection of these people. Acronyms, the names, which letters, which stands for their name. Do you tell somebody what they may think, we're talking about Rothschild. Rothschild, this is a word which is very relevant. Rothschild, Maria, was born in 1510, passed away in 1573. He was the ruler of the Brain in Poland. Rothschild was a very sharp individual. He was very opposed to actually to learn the Shulchan, to learn the Jewish law, to add his culture is not something very new. So you can't just learn this easy when you go in your book. You have to learn the background. You don't know the background, this could be very damaging. It won't make the young man, it won't be good, it won't be correct. Although he did, so he did. The works of Allah himself, a lot of times arguing, taking the task, both in Europe and the Roth and the Shulchan itself, and as well as other before him, wrote a book called the Sea of Solomon, and he's very, very well known and in many, many other sources. Jewish life was extremely violent at the time. As far as Talmudic commentary, we also have a major explosion for greatness. Because not most people use their Maharshal. That was the Maharshal. His name was Lucia Adolf. His mother was actually Adolf, and she was quite a wealthy woman, and she enabled him to learn, to spend his life in learning the commentary on the Talmud, and he was known as Shmuel Peoples after his mother. He wanted to be who he was, he wrote one of the most classic commentaries on the Talmud. In fact, if you open any volume of today, the shots, the international shots that exist, printed, which was originally printed in Lithuania, you will find first commentaries on the first commentary of the Talmud. Divided into Chidushei HaMoros, novelty of Jewish law, when he explains the actual content, and not actually just an explanation on printing and answering questions of contradictions. There was Chidushei HaMoros. Chidushei HaMoros is a very fascinating book of the show. It explains not the discussion of the modern Talmud, but explains pragmatic parts of the Talmud, the story and the stories parts of the Talmud, where the Talmud starts explaining verses of the Tanakh and various, goes through so many different things. The Talmud is that you mentioned the other time. They see where everything is going on, and the elements of the Talmud can sometimes be very cryptic. It's called Haggadah, and another show about explaining a more many parts of these pieces in the Talmud. Usually, discussion of the Talmud is printed in many editions of the Talmud, 100 other show, and he is famous for having a golden. It's like sitting in a classroom, you just really teaches you the Gemara, teaches you the piece of Talmud, the piece of Tosfos, that he explains everything in the most beautiful style. Very famous Jewish community, but community which was among hundreds of towns, villages, cities, but this one is very difficult to ignore. It was the crown of for many years, the community of Prague. Prague was one of the oldest communities. It started around the year 1100, before it started and stopped. There was actually a man who was the first seed on behalf of the Jewish community. He was called the Yosselman. He was a very famous gentleman of historic significance. One of the things he did was when the governor was in charge of control of Prague, he was the one who was with his expertise in the government to re-admit the Jewish community. Probably the most famous individual was associated with the city of Prague. He's a man who was in the agriculture of Prague. Makarel was called Yehuda Louis, and he was a man of tremendous greatness. Many books. He was the rabbi of many books. And on many subjects he has a he really created and made an expert not only quantity of knowledge, knowledge, but also introduced a real slogan. One of the he started fascinating, very fascinating to read the books of the Maharal. Just so many things from a very, very beautiful and different way. Getting of Prague is surely still stands today. The oldest church, I believe, in Europe today, and it's still standing there. He was very well versed in the sciences and philosophy. He was actually a public guns. Was a great astronomer, and because of all his qualities, his leadership, his livelihood, his knowledge, all facets of knowledge, he was a great friend to King Rudolf II, who ruled Poland at the time. Obviously, did a lot of good things for the Jewish community. Maral is also known in Jewish tradition as the Golem of Prague. This was because of his time. Unfortunately, the bloodline was getting very much out of hand before the Jewish Christian blood. It's a terrible one, which is obviously as untrue as can be, was constantly brought about the Jewish people. Even in this history, certainly tradition was that the Maharal was also a great Rabbah, somebody who known him for listening teachings, created a Golem king out of clay, which was sort of a was able to cast the fear on the Jewish community of those who wanted to destroy it. People like the Golem was to be placed to it after it was already such a bit finished. The clay of the Golem was broken into the operational. Nobody goes over the hill up to the attic of the visual. Individual focused on Prague was a man called Rabbi Vincent, the Jewish one. Holy, individual, he wrote because the Shema is very much capitalistic in its nature. They connecting in a very, very brilliant way many of the foundations of Judaism and so one of the pillars of Hasidic Egypt during the Revolution was built by the Republics in Poland as well. He was in Prague and then went over to Israel and is buried in Israel. The most individual who was Rabbi was a man called Rabbi Yontif Heller. Yontif Heller was is known as the Yontif. This Yontif is a Pirush is a commentary on the Mishnah and is used in many, many editions of the Mishnah. So the Mishnah today, you'll have on one side the commentary on the value of Bertin, Italy, and on the other side, the Yontif, the commentary for Bertin. I smell that. Aaron Shubhaybetz, Klub Pirish Michaybet Aaron Shubhashua. Dramatic effect of